Welcome to Monday. What a week we have ahead of us. I'm pretty early today. I'm like 10 minutes early, right? Hardly anything. But hey, I'll take it. Big shout out to the Red Rider for subscribing with Twitch Prime yesterday. It was very nice of you. You did it while I was offline to avoid me seeing. I see how it is. You just don't want me congratulating you. Let me make my water. Did I start it up? Yeah, okay. Oh, we're going. I'll tweet out that we're live too. I forget to do that like every other day these days. Live with more Cauldron Chronicles element after a short break. Time to overhaul our waterfall. Good rhyming there. That helps. Yeah, it's nice and simple. Okay, and that's just Discord telling me I'm going live. Awesome. Well, that is our plan today, is to take this waterfall, which may or may not be floating in the air, and overhaul it with Fluid Flux. I talked a bit about, I think, yeah, you guys probably didn't hear me when I was talking about it if you were just watching the development streams, but I mentioned on one of our streams last week that I think I made a mistake with prioritization. And I'd rather actually have the water. If I had to choose any one water source, especially moving water source to be in the game, I'd prefer to be the waterfall and river up there. As much as it sucks to have to go back on what we were making before, which was this one. Where is it? Somewhere here. You know, when we had this made, it looks nice. Like, I'm happy with how this turned out. We gotta redo it. Hey, Crane Reaper, I was not expecting to stream this early, to be honest, but good morning. Hey, yeah, it is, I do start around 9 a.m. I don't know what time it is for you, though. I don't know where you're living in the world. Let me take my medicine. My expectorant. It's 9 a.m. for you as well, okay, so we're both in the same time zone. You're very sleepy. Yeah, I'm pretty tired too. I got a bit of sleep last night, but I woke up and was like, apparently not enough. It's up too much, you think? How long did you sleep? I think I went to bed like around 1 a.m. And I wake up at 7, so checks out. Checks out for me at least. Right over 8 hours, maybe 9. I'm jealous. Okay, so we're getting rid of this, as much as it sucks. Oh, I have to fix one bug too. I was showing some people the level, and I found a bug with Spoon, where he will start floating in the air. And the reason is because this domain, or this surface rather, has a collision box that is blocking NPCs. We need to tell it to ignore. Okay, bug solved. First bug of the day. Eradicated. How was your weekend, Crime Reaper? Do anything fun? Just be lazy. I was lazy. Yeah, we gotta overhaul this. I might just delete all of the... We're gonna have to do a lot of configuration today. There's gonna be a lot of landscaping, moving of rocks. Everything about this is just wrong and needs to go. I might move one of these out so we have it. Delete this, delete this. Let's move this out here. Not too much, but I got plans for this week. Played Alan Wake and grinded Hades, but that's it really. I'm jealous. Hades is so good. Alan Wake is so good too. One of the biggest problems we'll have with this waterfall is that there's a bit of a gap between here. If here, I'll just draw it. Scientists say that this is not how waterfalls work. So that's one issue we have to deal with. So you played some Hades as well? Yeah, I played, I don't know how many hours of Hades. $30 hours? Only 70 minutes of Hades. I'm waiting for Hades 2. I'm letting it cook. More on Hades than me so far, I think. Ah, it's alright. It's Hades. Are you gonna not play it? Give us some time. Okay, let's delete those. I like the rock in the middle here. But the reality is just everything needs to come out more. All of it. Or we need to make this thinner here, which I think we could also do. This is just way too large if you play it from here. Scientists say the ledge isn't out far enough. Yeah, that's what scientists are saying. I think that this pathway is 2 times as wide as it needs to be. Hey Lazarla, how you doing? And this could come out more. Yeah, the pathway is very wide. Let's trim it down a bit. Don't delete the blocking volumes, please. I wouldn't mind making it also just a bit uneven. If it's thinner, it's also scarier, you're right. Finally working my game now that I'm home. Yeah, did you have a nice time? It's good to be home after a long vacation. That was one of the weirdest things about moving overseas for me, is that it felt like a vacation, but one that I couldn't... It sounds really depressing, but it felt like a vacation, but one that I couldn't return from. Like, you feel like you're in this foreign land, and it's kind of cool, but then you realize, yeah, but you're not going home. That took a while to get used to be honest. Just a short few years, if you ask me. I'm lying, it wasn't short. It took a long time. Where'd you move to? I moved to Poland. Land of onions and cabbage. And lots of vodka. It does kind of feel like that with some of the communist remnants. Can't say how much besides the vodka. I think I spelled that right. Ah, close enough. I do like Poland, but there's for sure a case of me not feeling... It still doesn't feel like this is home for me, even though I've gotten much more used to living here. It's hard to explain it. Makes sense to you? Yeah, there was less of a culture shock and more just realizing what I had done, I guess you could say. Like, oh shit, I just moved over an entire ocean to a new continent. Where if I don't get a job in 90 days, I can't stay here. So yeah, that was something. We're gonna ignore the coast. The coastline will not update properly yet after I do this, but that's okay. That's not a big deal for us. Because we're gonna regenerate the coastline, so. Let it be. We'll move with it in the end, I hope. I think so. I try not to be too regretful. I guess I regret outcomes, but not the pathways that led me there, if that makes sense. I had to think, what is home? Is the place I grew up? Is it the place I live? Does this new place ever feel like the home I'm used to? Yep. Moved states, but it was still worth me. I can't even imagine on the other side of the world. Yeah, those are the same feelings I had too. And knowing, you know, it's like I don't want to have to move back. I'd almost feel like a failure. Like I need to try, I need to do my best. Making your decisions isn't really all that fun. Yeah. Hey, Evan Hall, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to me landscaping poorly. I'm gonna hide this surface actor real quick. Hey, how you doing? Nice fish too. We caught a tire. Cleaning up the lake, one tire at a time. think that'll look good, and then this just needs to like come out just a little bit more. If I can pull it out a little bit more, I think we're good. Speaking of pineapples, do you know they're relatively far? Right, really? I see myself moving quite far someday, but it's not really in the cards for me. I would like to avoid moving for a while, I'll tell you that. I just moved to a new apartment in Poland here as well, and it was like, okay, here we go again. You know, it was less worrisome, but still, it's like I spent the last 5 years in Kraków and learning that city, making friends with the people there. You know, there was a lot to see and do, and I had to move away from all the friends I made here in Poland, and, well, you know, is what it is, I guess. Had to be done. How are you doing, Evita Hall? You traveled to Poland before moving there? No. No, I didn't. See, everything you're saying sounds like it would be a much smarter decision. I did not make the smart decision. I made the very dumb decision. It's okay. Okay, you don't have a job lined up. You don't know the language. You don't have a visa to stay there longer than 90 days. You don't have a place to live. And you want to move your entire life there in one go. Okay, yeah, good luck. I don't travel as much, that just seems normal to me. Yeah, but traveling and moving are different things, that's for sure. I was looking around for UE game dev channels and found yours. I heard somebody else say that they couldn't find many Unreal Engine dev channels on Twitch. And I admit I've never really looked that hard or was thinking about Engine. So it's you're the second person to tell me that. Okay, will the water flow over this side? It is kind of leaning up. I'll try to angle it down just a tad. But a lot of them are not worth watching. Uh-oh, why is that? Okay, this is good. I like that. Do we just want to delete this log for now? You know what, I'll move this up into the air. No, I won't. No, I won't. I need the fluid to hit that properly. I will delete some of the foliage around here, though. That one gives me a good sense of, okay, would I actually love to live here, or would I enjoy a 1 week vacation? I think that there are a lot of places in the world that are great for 1 week vacations, and then but it's like, once you think about living there, it's like, nah. Nah. And the problem is, I think it's because that you often travel to touristy places, right? But I don't think I would want to live long term in a touristy place, and I had to do that for, in Kraków. And I admit, it was cool earlier on, but once it started to become more touristy, all the prices became massively expensive, and I couldn't even eat in the city anymore. There was no way that I could afford doing that. I can replace trees, so that's not going to be a big deal. Let me just delete these, delete this. So we're going to have to probably reshape some of the stuff around here. Sure, I'd love to live for a few months to see how it is more long term. God, there's some beautiful German like villages outside of the main cities that are just picturesque. You have that little stream running through it, looks like the Shire. I don't know, it's so pretty. And I think we wanted to put the pond over here. But maybe I want to put it here, actually. Yeah, I like here better. Make like the stream pond and then stream back in. That'll look good. I haven't been to Asia as much as I really want to, nor South Europe. I haven't been to much of Asia. I was in Japan for 2 weeks, and I was in an airport in Seoul, South Korea. So I don't like using that though and saying, yeah, I've been to South Korea. It's like, yeah, I've been to UK in Gatwick Airport. It was wonderful. Taking a shower in the business lounge. Which, by the way, that's the trick to flying. If you fly international, and I'm sure you would agree with me, Crayon Reaper, is know the airports you're going to and know the lounges they have. Because if you're flying like international, best thing you can do after you land is take a shower. Relax for a bit if you have a layover. It's great. Okay, I think we'll do a stream coming in from over here. And we're just gonna get it made real quick. We're gonna have the, or we will go back and fix all the coloring and make it a bit more natural looking. We want this to be our pond. And then flow back in. Yeah, roughly. Okay, see if we can make that work. I feel like this would be eroded more. I don't know, I like feeling a bit rough after. Why you like feeling rough after landing? Dude, that's wild. It's like entering a new main area after a boss battle. My health is low. Oh my god. Working on my game at the moment, I'm struggling to come up with the puzzle ideas that fit into the contraits of what I'm working with. I only have like 1.5 out of 5 worked out. Mini games. That is an interesting topic. A lot of devs can overcomplicate puzzles as they get tunnel vision and think it'll be too easy, then a player tests it out and it's way too hard. Oh, I mean, that can go in both ways. I'm really weird, so I've tried to get into puzzle design, right? I'm good at puzzle games, but puzzle design is like a whole different way of thinking. I don't think I could ever get the hang of it. So, like, if you guys know, like, Chronicles games, I don't know if you know them. That guy is a master at puzzle games, and everything he makes is just, it's absolutely golden. You guys would know them if you saw them. Especially, I think Moloch Sintes was really good. Opus Magnum was very popular. Shenzhen IO, TIS 1000, Infinifactory, and of course, most people know Space Chem. Like everything, just like this guy is just a master at puzzle games, and especially puzzle games that utilize programming. Which, by the way, if you want to learn programming, I do think that those games are actually very good to learn some programming. I'm gonna keep in mind it's a bit hard with no text. I have to use environment clues instead. It's true. I make like pressure plate puzzles. I don't know if those are easy to do in. Are you still working in RPG Maker, Lazarla, or are you moving to Game Maker now? Or were you just trying that out? Still an RPG Maker, okay. Oh, I just wish I knew more to, about what were the limitations of that engine. You could make mini games too that were based off of some enemies. Like some pillars that you have to fight, but they each have a weakness to a different element or something. So like in the map spawns 5 different potions that give you some special buff, and if you have that special buff you can defeat a totem or something, I don't know. Pressure play puzzle was an amazing idea though. That's good to hear. That's it, then realized I couldn't learn coding in 10 days. I can't have battle either. I mean, yeah, that's true. Like, RPG Maker just has all those things right out of the gate. Years of experience in basic coding, but forgot it all. More like robotics than digital engineering or coding. Doing some battle robots or something? Okay, how does this look from a... This can be deeper, of course. We should make this deeper. Not battle robots, but it was on stage at RoboCup. What was your what were your robots doing? Did you make sex robots? Crying Reaper. Did you make waifus that can pleasure people? Be honest. Basically on stage is robots doing performances and interact with each other in fun ways. It doesn't answer the question. It just makes me more suspicious. I think Japan's one was dancing penguins kissing each other. That was pretty cool. Which I suppose it's a pretty big challenge. So you're not trying to get robots to act human-like or perform, I guess, menial tasks. It's more akin to, I don't know if you had it here when you grew up, but in the US we had something called Lego League, is what it was called. And it was when Lego was releasing their mechanical Lego sets. So you had to build a robot with that performed a set of instructions on a field, and you would compete with other teams on the same field who built different robots to try and achieve the same goals. So that was pretty cool. And mechanical Legos were so cool. I think that's such an awesome way for kids to learn programming. Yeah, mazes and stuff. That's pretty awesome. Let me move. I'm gonna flatten this up to about this height. Maybe the water seeps in a bit better. Me and my fiance finished Better Call Saul last night. And I was very, very, very pleasantly surprised about the quality of that show. Okay, this will feed down into here. A little worried that it's going to spill over potentially, so we need to make that a bit better. Yeah, that looks... well, I gotta fix this too. It's a hump. Wrong one. Wrong tool. Okay. Ignoring the grass, I think that's all right. We'll bring the bank down a little bit more, because the player is going to be able to fish in this pond here. So we have to just make sure that it's not too inescapable if the player falls in, right? Especially since we're going to make it a bit deeper. I can move away from that part of my life and even abruptly change school after 2 years from industrial engineering to humanistics. That is quite the change. What made you want to change from like two completely different fields? Maker doesn't have support for snapping movement tile to tile, so it's just sliding around like each tile pixel is 48 by 48. You could make like moving puzzles, like sliding puzzles. Or maybe like the ice rink puzzles from Pokemon, if you remember those ones. I think those you might be able to find like a generator for, and you can just copy the layout. Oh, please read your 2 chats before. Okay. Thank you for telling me. Working with 13 by 13 pixel ratio, that pillar idea would be too hard to implement. Okay. I'm going to keep to a smaller area for several reasons. One of them being that I'm kind of breaking the rules already. Oh. Oh. I don't know what the water line will come up to here. I'm a little bit worried about it. It might not come up very high, but we'll see. Let me see how deep it feels. It's likely to fill up to around here, in which case I think it feels pretty deep. But we'll see how far it fills up. Let's first deal with the grass down here. Kind of funneled to that and didn't choose it myself. Then I just wanted something else. Humanistics was a random choice for me, but it worked out very well. That's pretty lucky. I remember after quitting high school, I felt like I had to find something else to work in because I didn't feel like if I don't know, at least in the US, you were kind of pressured into going into college, and they would often tell you that you wouldn't succeed if you didn't go to college. So I kind of just felt like it was going to be impossible for me to realize my dream of becoming a game dev. I'm very glad I was wrong on that one. It's supposed to be a strict 64 by 64 aspect ratio, so stuff sliding around at a higher resolution is it's against those rules. Oh, that's a lot of limitations for that. Where are you now? I am in Poland. But I'm from Wisconsin. It's quite the move. Once I see where the water comes up to, we can definitely make this look a bit better, you know? Start putting in some rocks here, maybe a big old rock here to kind of indicate maybe why this split occurred. We'll see. First things first, though, I need to see exactly where this water is going to go. Also, I feel like this would be pushed out more. I feel like the water would erode this a bit more. Yeah. First things first. Portal's quite a good game dev scene, doesn't it? Yes, it does. It's got a very good game, well, it's got a big game dev scene, but there are a lot of problems, mainly due to wages and working conditions over here. A lot easier if it was a regular engine. RPG Maker isn't really built for this. Well, it's good to learn that, right? Now you know its limitations. College is very mandatory here. High school isn't even mandatory. What? That's crazy. Where are you living that college is like that? I'm jealous. Sweden, no, that's cool. I almost made it to Stockholm for a job. Can we not have grass here? Can we not? I don't like the auto landscape painting rock there. Kind of looks out of place. Before I was more interested in coding for games, now I'm more into the cinematography, philosophy, and art in games. I love talking philosophy. I thought watching someone work on their game right after I woke up isn't fun. Yeah, no worries. I like talking about game design and design philosophy. The water's going to come down. It should veer off right a bit. It's going to take a while to fill this up. This is a bit of a questionable exit, in my opinion. Eventually it should filter out. Kind of typical for big game dev industry, but a few of the AAA studios are actually good for game devs. Most are with bad conditions like wage and working conditions. This has been a problem for decades in the industry. Yeah, it really has. It's been really frustrating. You know, we're going to be trying to do our part to help change that. But you know, there's like with the currency disparity here in Poland, I was, as a lead game designer, I was making around, I think it was like 24. Let me see, 6, 12. 60. Yeah, I was making about 20,000 US dollars a year. So, and if you consider that, and that Germany is right next door, where do you think all the good game developers go? Go west. Where they can make a hell of a lot more money. And so Poland is kind of left in this, with this weird gap of, you have some like super talented people here, amazingly talented, but only a few of them, because most of them will just move west to make a lot more money working in companies in Germany or France or UK. Okay, we still have the simulation domain over here. Honestly, this could be deleted. One change to tell more people who think this industry is very fun and are ready to work for low wages and accept bad conditions because it's a dream of theirs. I think that it can change. I just think that AAA is not going to be leading the charge. You know, there are some really, really amazing minds in the industry right now that are starting up new companies attempting to change all this. And I think that they will succeed. It's just going to take a few years for that to, you know, come to fruition, right? Okay, we have a pretty big domain here. We need this to be probably at least 2K in size, because it has to encompass all of this and then all the way down into here. It's gonna be a challenge. Guess we work in game dev these days, do it as a hobby and work as dev in something else like banking, trading. It's true, yeah. Although trying to compete with people who are doing it full time, it's gonna be impossible. I mean, it's already an extremely competitive industry. And I think that trying to compete with people who are doing this full time, I don't know, very unlikely. Change will come from AAA until they go bankrupt because they've turned this into a money-making machine. Yeah, they have. Yeah, they have. Or at least there's going to be a new idea of what AAA means. Because I would almost consider like Fantastic Pixel Castle, who have very, very similar values to ours. They're trying to do everything in similar way that we are, and I really respect the people behind this. But I mean, they're making an MMO. I mean, this is just full of some incredible talent here. Most notable would be Greg Street, of course. And I'm looking forward to this, and I think that these individuals are going to be helping to lead this charge here as well. 90% of AAA studios should go bankrupt. AAA, it's like a mixed bag. It's such a mixed bag because sometimes it's really good. Sometimes they produce amazing things, but they also have a very bad track record for taking care of their employees, for instance. This needs to be deeper. Or does it? If we consider Larian AAA, which I guess I kind of would in some ways, but they are privately published. I don't know. Larian's a interesting case. Probably the best example of what AAA should be. I have problems with how they released BG3. I know it's a bit of a hot take, but I don't think they were incredibly honest with players. They were more honest than a lot of AAA, I'll tell you that. But there were some very obvious things they did that I think were not the greatest for players. And I can voice those if you want more context on that. I need to use this to simulate the water going down the waterfall. As a normal player, I'd love to hear what a game dev would say on it, the Larian thing. I still respect Larian, but I think that there's a bad track record of them with like their Act 3s in their games, for instance. And what I feel happened with BG3, which was, it not only was it said to be very ready, but they released it a month ahead of time, saying that it was actually more ready than they had desired it to be. And that just wasn't true. Like, the game was incredibly buggy on release, especially Act 3, which I reached, within the first week, right? And Act 3 was insanely buggy. Like, progression stopping buggy. It was very poorly paced. I think the quest writing was bad. Character responses were almost non-existent. A lot of the plots felt contrived and just wrapped up in weird ways, or just weren't wrapped up at all. There was no epilogue. The whole like Baldurian stuff was just really weird. And I'm sorry, Baldur, and then there was also the Parasite, which didn't really mean anything bad in the end. Like, they hinted throughout the game that if you put more of these things in your head, that's going to be a very bad thing, and really, it's not. You're just missing out on a lot of power if you ignore them. Like, the game was not ready to be released, and they did it for one reason. They did it because Starfield was coming out, and they didn't want to have to compete with Starfield. They were scared of it, and that's fine, but I just think that they should admit that they were trying to get out ahead of Starfield. I'm playing a console, I got it late, but yeah, that's like, it just, they promised things like the upper city of Baldur's Gate, and that's even in the map in the deluxe edition as a location that you can visit, and it's not a location you can visit in Baldur's Gate 3. And I think there are reasons for that. I think they were running out of money because they were self-funding the game, and they admitted that they didn't anticipate selling as many copies, which means they were probably afraid that they would not only have to delay it past Starfield, but delay it by probably 2 more quarters, which would equate to at least, in my opinion, $15 to $20 million of cost for development. And if they already thought they weren't going to sell enough, there's no way that they could justify that. Didn't experience it, started playing it later, but even if that's true, they reacted very fast and worked hard to fix that. I kind of disagree with that, and I'll tell you what I mean by that. Really, they could have been more honest though, but it's not easy when you have limited resources. Yeah, they were self-funding this. Like, there's no doubt that they did it for a reason. I just kind of wish that they were honest about what those reasons were. I think that their QA department was actually, whatever pipeline they had with QA was not great, because most of the patches they put out broke way more things that should have been very easy to tell in quick testing before a release was put out. They were fixing a lot of issues, but they were also causing a lot of issues with each fix, and it took them at least a couple months before they could stabilize the game enough, especially in Act 3. Which, for at least the first 2 to 3 months of the game's release, still had progression issues for a lot of people. I just think an explanation isn't the same as an excuse. There were only a few, I think there were more explanations than there were excuses. There were a couple of excuses that they gave that I think that they were lying about. For number one, they said that they didn't think anybody would want an epilogue for the game. Really? in a CRPG that is heavily inspired off of, RPGs, like, I think they were heavily inspired off of Mass Effect. People like, if you spend 100 hours with these characters and the game just ends and you have like people like Astarion just running off in the distance while your characters just are like, alright, he's gone. It's like, bro, what? Really? You didn't think anybody would want that? It was supposed to be easy and they took a safe bet but rushed it. I know, I think they definitely rushed it because they were afraid of Starfield. It's in the same category as their game. It's another RPG that a lot of people were looking forward to. It was very hyped up. What the issue is that they said the game was ready, which was just a lie. But Rockstar's RDR 2, by the way, had like a massive epilogue. I did not expect Red Dead Redemption 2 to do that. That took me by surprise. It blew me away. Not only was it a long epilogue, but it was great. It was like super high quality epilogue with some of the best moments. Yeah, and it's amazing. The Red Dead Redemption 2 is a 11 out of 10 game. It's one of the best designed games in modern history, if you ask me. It is wild. It is so good. Can I get the wave to appear here? There's some waves. I'm not saying, by the way, I'm not saying Baldur's Gate 3 is bad. I just think that there were some very obvious problems with it that I was a little surprised that the gaming community was just okay with. I don't think the story is honestly that great. And, I hate to say it, but I've played a lot of RPGs and I don't know. It's alright, but there are a lot of problems with the narrative structure and the characters. Red Dead Redemption 2, though. Now those characters are good. You have a lot of problems with how their world design is. Yeah. You kind of switch between 2 modes of existence, between playing the open world and story. They want you to play the story in one very specific way and only that way, but the world is deceptionally open. Well, Red Dead Redemption was always a linear game. I mean, same thing with all of Rockstar's games, right? With like GTA. There's nowhere, but complexity doesn't mean that a game is good. Complexity and good are two separate things. You can have a complex game that is bad, and you can have a complex game that is good. You can have a simple game that is bad and a simple game that is good. And by the way, I don't think that the number of ways that a story can adapt to the things that you do necessarily means that those adaptations are good. I agree with you. But that is also the complexity that the team takes on. And if they can't reach that complexity, I don't think that's an excuse. I think that it is simply going to be a case of you took on more than you could achieve. Which I know might be a hot take, but I think you can laud BG3 for how many small things it reacts to, but I think a lot of those things that it reacts to are not super memorable, and in the big ways that the game can interact with you or react to your decisions, I think that a lot of those fall flat. For instance, mainly with the parasites in your brain, and the way that a lot of for instance, like I said, the lack of epilogue on release, and I still think the epilogue that they put out, it doesn't really do much for me. You know, I help all these small factions, and I change the way different parts of the world are, and I didn't really get a sense of knowing what happened to the world after I had been there. And I think like games like Fallout New Vegas and Mass Effect do a much better job, even if they're a little bit simpler with the, narration title cards, right? Like, oh, and this is what happened to the NCR, this is what happened to the Krogan. At least that shows me the lasting impact on the world of my choices that I didn't really get with Baldur's Gate 3 at all. And I think some of it is Larian, and I think some of it is not. I think some of it is actually Hasbro. And you can tell that in the way that they're talking about it and moving on from Baldur's Gate 3. They don't seem to be happy with the way that the production went. And I would bet that they were pressured into doing some things that they didn't want to do, or rushing things in a way that they didn't want to do. Don't think this... Oh, the wave vector is working, okay. We're going to want the water to flow into this. There's a bit of an issue that I already see. I just need to see where this water is going, essentially. So that's my most important question right now. Oh, it's flowing off into the edges, okay. Why is it doing that? We don't know. Wonderful. Why? Why is that open here? The hell? So weird. Alright. When developers set their own standards, I'm not going to say, well, this is still better than the majority of AAAs. Player wanted to attain a certain level of complexity and didn't reach it, but a simpler game did. I value that more. Yeah, I can agree with that. My mind is kind of disrespectful to their creative vision, even to say that. I think that... I mean, I don't know if you guys played Baldur's Gate 3 before it released, but they had a very different main story kind of push, which was the character of Daisy. And they replaced that with the Emperor, right? I did not like that change. I don't think the Emperor was a very strong or compelling character. I found him more annoying, and a lot of the ways that they forced you to work with him, even if you didn't believe him, the game would railroad you into going along with him until the certain point where they wanted you to not work with him, and I felt like that felt it felt very contrived. I mean, the game just outright kills you at a certain point if you even try to go against the Emperor. It's like, nope, not until this moment. And Orpheus is clearly the better choice to support. Yes, but what they've achieved with the game so far, and also looking at it in a vacuum. Okay. Don't forget the time and state of the industry they are. This is by far probably the best studios come with a game of that kind for many years, far better than most so-called leaders of the industry. As far as indies, yes, there are gems, but the plethora of pixel piles that are being thrown there is too has its own problems. But they're still making a story and character-driven game, right? Can we agree with that? Like, most RPGs like that are story and character-driven. And I think that the story and characters need to be exceptional. I think that while certain parts of the production of Baldur's Gate 3 were exceptional, I like Larian as a studio. I think that they put more work and effort into making it look good for a normal audience and getting new players into CRPGs. And they failed to make a super compelling main story with really interesting and well-written characters. I think some of the characters were well written and some of the story moments were great, but as an overarching story and character driven game, I think that at best it's a 7 out of 10. I felt like some characters were really, really great. I think Lae'zel, Shadowheart had really strong personalities, great stories that connected with each other very well, and other characters were just like, there's nothing really here. You've taken like the main antagonist of, or I guess like one of the antagonists with the Emperor, and he's just doesn't make sense within the lore and doesn't seem all that compelling or interesting. You had Ketheric, which I think was a really well built up villain that just kind of dies. And like Moonlight Towers, which are part of Act 1 and 2, and you get there and there's basically nothing to do there except kill everybody. Right? There's not really like a chance for you to make compelling choices that split the narrative. Right? The game is very linear. You have a lot of small things that are reacted to, but in terms of how the story can divert and fork, there isn't a whole lot of it. So I really do think the game looks good. It sounds great. The voice acting is incredible. The music is incredible. I like the locations. I just don't think the game is all that strong from a narrative standpoint in a game that I would rather have a strong, compelling narrative than a game that looks good. And I think that you have like Owlcat doing a really good job at that. You have tons of great CRPGs that are coming out that are trying to do something new with their narrative. And I think that some of this is either Larian and some of this is probably Hasbro. I think that they were pressured into making the game a certain way because, like Wizards of the Coast, right? It's owned by Hasbro. So I'm assuming that Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro kind of oversaw the production of this, as any publisher would, or anybody who would give that license. And that Larian didn't have full creative freedom to do what they wanted to do with the license. Which is why they've moved on from, they're not making Baldur's Gate 4, and they just want to work on their own games again. If it feels diluted in places in order to reach a broader audience, then focus the resources on a more specific fan base. Yeah, I agree with that. And I think that it's great to get new players into CRPGs. I think that's awesome. And Baldur's Gate 3 is probably the best game to do that, ever. But it's also not a very strong game. The combat's much better than the narrative, if you ask me. I know this looks weird. I need to give this a chance to settle. Might put a rock here. We'll see how this fills up. This log should be ignored. But I do enjoy discussing Baldur's Gate. I think Baldur's Gate 3 is a difficult game to criticize. Hey Casper, how you doing? I know for me, mainly, like, one of my most annoying aspects with Baldur's Gate 3 was the fact that I ignored putting the parasites in my brain, because at every single point throughout the game told me that that would be a bad thing to do. And then by the end of the game, I realized that it would not have changed the story in any way, and I've just been ignoring a ton of power that I could have had and cool abilities. I was like, okay. Well, that's kind of annoying. This is not going to look good right now, but we'll see what it looks like. Fluid Flux takes a lot of work in order to look decent. And yeah, this is not going to be any different, unfortunately. Oh, it's getting pulled down because of the wave actor. Hold on. I can fix that. Gonna ignore the spikies for the moment. My experience, the combat is all I need. Like a narrative, me and my friends make up for when we roleplay during multiplayer. I didn't really do much roleplaying during the playing of the game. Maybe some other people do that. There's gonna be a secret room behind the waterfall. Also, hey Bolicha, there is a secret room behind the waterfall. It is the entrance to our mine. I'm just trying to fix the waterfall right now. And get it looking how I want. I'm not a fan of it though. I think that the straight down waterfall is really not gonna work with Fluid Flux. I think we need to have like some rocks that it hits on the way down or something. This is going to be very hard to achieve. Source looks weird. I overplayed most because I was going through the game with some of my friends. Then, in my opinion, that's the best way. I actually think that playing multiplayer Baldur's Gate's one of the worst ways to play it. You miss out on. I don't know if they fixed it by now, but I know for at least like the first couple months, it was you missed so much dialogue that your partners had. And if your partners played in any different way than you, if you wanted to play like a good character and they wanted to play a kind of evil character, the game just does not adapt to that at all. Like, it's not a serious RPG, if you ask me. It's a very unserious one, and I think the less serious you take it, the better. Yeah, these spikes are the problem because of the way that this handles the water. Very annoying. Yeah, and I think that might have also been an area of contention, is that CRPGs, especially like Baldur's Gate, while it has its funny moments, you know, these are still often worlds that take themselves seriously, and these are worlds with a lot of deep world building. And Baldur's Gate 3 feels like the opposite of that. There's not much world building. There's not much lore to explore here. There's only the characters that exist within this story at the moment, and if you don't have that, you know, it's like, what's the point of reading any of the books in Baldur's Gate or interacting with some of the tertiary NPCs? They don't tell you anything about the world. They don't really teach you the lore. There's not really a lot to uncover here or unpack. You know, compare that to something like Mass Effect, right? Which is, you have this entire codex, this entire galaxy that they meticulously built the world of throughout all 3 games, and it feels like you understand the way that the world works. And the wars that are going on, or the issues that races have with each other, and you don't really get that in Baldur's Gate 3. It's really kind of just, it's very casual, very, very casual. Which again is not a bad thing, but I think people who come into it expecting something a little bit more serious, or expecting it to be like Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, or let's say Icewind Dale or Planescape, you're not really going to experience that. Dialogue thing wasn't an issue. It was for me and my fiance. It was so bad. Like, she'd be talking to somebody and I'd be missing out on it, or I was the one with persuasion and intimidation, and she couldn't tag me into the conversation, which just makes no sense from a D&D role-playing perspective. Like, you have the paladin standing right back here, who's very intimidating. Why can't I step in and take over a conversation when we need somebody to be intimidating? That's the way it would work in tabletop. I grew up playing with my girlfriend, to be honest. I still think BG3's top CRPG game. It's casual and have some issues, but have moments that may positively surprise. Like, I want to take something from marble statue and needed 15 strength, but my girlfriend just used grease. But that's so minor though compared to the main story. I mean, take a look at Solasta. Solasta was a very linear RPG. Not a lot of ways that you could change it, and didn't have a lot of like micro reactivity. But the main story was good, and the implementation of 5e mechanics into an RPG were, in my opinion, sometimes even better than Baldur's Gate 3. Don't more the Dragon Age drama in it, but yeah, I can say that in my experience, it's most I've ever had playing with friends. Oh yeah, the Dragon Age. Oh yeah. You say Dragon Age drama, and I'm like thinking of Veilguard, but I'm like, no, you mean the story, like the dramatics. Okay, I get it. Yeah, I agree. What if I just move some rocks here? Hey, Lazy Fangs. I see what you mean. I mean, in the end, the only person to define if a game is good or bad are the people playing it, so I'm very happy that people liked it. I think Larian deserves tons of support, and I'm glad that more people are playing and experience their games after BG3, because I think Divinity is a great series. But I think that with their own IPs, they're better. I get the feeling that they were pushed into a lot of things they didn't want to do with BG3. I don't like this. Should we lead a party and we pause and discuss what we want to do, listen to each other's conversation, and find out what we should be speaking in specific situations? I just don't like it because it's not very difficult to make a dialogue system where different characters can tag in. Like, I could prototype that within a week. I could have a better dialogue system than Baldur's Gate 3 within a week. Easily. So I just don't know why they didn't do it. About that IP thing, I'm waiting for the next game. They opened a studio in Poland, so props for that. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Let me see how it looks. Very slow playing with friends, yeah, I can imagine. I mean, I think that a lot of multiplayer games like this do suffer from the same thing, so it's not like this was special in that regard, but I was expecting that with this higher budget being put behind a CRPG game, that they would push CRPG mechanics a bit further, and they didn't really push it. It was more of a combination of what CRPGs have been doing for a long time with Larian's own unique flavor, which I like Larian's flavor, you know, with what they've been doing with Divinity. But from a role-playing standpoint, I felt like the role-playing aspect of Baldur's Gate 3 is probably some of the lowest that I've seen in any RPG. What's your CRPG? Classic. I think that most other CRPGs on the market are better examples of RPGs than Baldur's Gate 3 was. What you mean, computer? I don't even know what it means. Define RPG. Let's have that discussion. Also, how you doing, guys? How was your weekend? This is still gonna look trash. I think I know a way of solving this, but it's going to look very, very awkward. And it would require me to change the boundaries of the simulation in a way that I think would look bad. So I've seen people use C as classic. That's the thing. Just like I've seen other developers use PvE as player versus enemies, even when others mean it as players versus environment. Everything revolving around RPGs is just confusing. Yeah, that's what I thought. There's no volume to this, right? Because it is just a surface simulator. It's still going to be similar to our old river, which was just a plain. We can make the surface look better, but we have to hide the waterfall. We need more of like, I'll tell you what we have to do. If you do more like this, and less of, yeah, more like this, less of this. Confusing RPG. That's really what it is. I don't know. Like, I'll say it again. I don't think Baldur's Gate 3 is bad. I just don't think that it was as strong in the narrative department that I was expecting. And I think that an RPG needs to succeed in... A game like that needs to succeed in two ways. Story, characters. And anything else, like how good it looks, how good the voice acting is, those take a back seat. And that the number of choices doesn't equate to the value of choices. A game that responds in a ton of small ways that don't mean anything, or it doesn't have any meaningful point, I don't think it's as important as a game that responds to the player in a meaningful but limited way. Alright. The issue is that if we try to blend this with the coastline, actually, I'm curious about that. Let me try something here. Roy said, what would you say your favorite game of all time and favorite RPG? Favorite game of all time. Oh, it's doing that. That's weird. Man, Fluid Flux is just so annoying. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to change all this and have like the water trickling down into an area here. this sucks. Favorite game of all time is hard to say because I have so many genres that I enjoy that I think it would be easier for me to say my favorite games of all time. My favorite RPG. God, there's so many good RPGs. I mean, the old school RPG, like Baldur's Gate 1, I think is exceptional. I like Mass Effect as a trilogy. Even despite some story issues that I have with it. I think Mass Effect excels at characters, and I think builds an exceptional world. So where it falls short in some of its story, especially with the Reapers, I think that the rest of the world and the characters are so well written and enjoyable, apart from Jacob, that it makes up for it, right? Like, I can forgive a couple of missteps and still think a game is 10 out of 10. List some of my faves, okay. Off the top of my head, and I'm probably going to be missing a lot, I think that The Last of Us is great. Portal 2, Red Dead Redemption 2, Hades would be one. I play Mass Effect, but I own the trilogy, don't ask. You should play it. If you own the Legendary Edition, you should play it. I think it's exceptional. What else am I missing here? This is gonna look so silly though. And I feel like the collision on these rocks is going to be so weird. That's just gonna look awkward. Like, look at that. And I guess it doesn't have to look perfect, but still. We can redo all of this. We need to redo all this. I need to stop thinking about this as this is how it's going to look. Redo it all. What else do I think is a great game? It would be easier for me to look at. Yeah, I think Elden Ring. Okay, Elden Ring, up there. I think that's From Software's best game to date. That's my hot take. Room temp, yeah, I mean, it's a pretty cold take. Oh, Elden Ring's good. What would make you say that? The fact that it is a incredible score, sold 1 billion copies. The thing is, I have to think about that, and if I'm thinking about that while doing this, it's hard for me to think. So I need to. We're gonna do it very simply here, and look at IGN's terrible list of top 100 games of all time. I'm gonna tell you, Borderlands 2 being this low is just, come on. Borderlands 2 is a great game. It has some issues though. Final Fantasy 7, okay. League being there, yeah. What the fuck is League? How do you measure this? Memorable game, sure, but best game, I don't know. Fallout 2, I better see Fallout 1 above that then. Thief 2. Thief is good. SimCity 2000. Sure, I would say that. Sure. I mean, more influential, but it's good. It's a good game. At this point, I'm just gonna be looking for hot takes. Pro Skater 2, of course. RE2 remake. That was a very good remake. The remakes for Resident Evil have been going very hard. I love it. System Shock 2. I better see System Shock 1 above that. Okay. Somebody loves their MOBAs. Sims 3. The SWAM mode? What the fuck is SWAM mode? RE4 Remake was phenomenal. Yeah, I agree. XCOM 2. Odd 4. Okay. A lot of recency bias to some extent. Witness is good. Control, Dishonored 2. Sure. Journey. This is pretty low if you ask me. This is pretty low. Especially what is this? You have Overwatch and Apex above Uncharted 2? What? I could argue for Overwatch maybe, but like Apex, really? Like another year this was made. Yeah, when was this made in? 2019. 2021. 2021 updated 2024, whatever that means. They probably just updated it so that it is more closer to search results or something. Hollow Knight, Miss Pac-Man. Counter-Strike. Okay, Left 4 Dead 2. Sure, yeah, I agree. Left 4 Dead 2. Pretty damn great. Diablo 2, sure. StarCraft, wow. Okay. It's the Old Republic, sure. Fallout New Vegas, okay, I guess. Yeah, Fallout 6. Or Final Fantasy 6. Pokemon Yellow. Alright, I guess. Bit more honestly, if you go back and play the original Pokemon games, honestly, the gameplay does not age super well. They're nostalgic, but Shadow Colossus, Last of Us, no, totally disagree. Last of Us Part 2 is above Last of Us. Like I think Last of Us Part 2 is not the greatest game. I don't agree at all. Part 2 would have made a better movie than a game. You know, Pokemon Yellow, and I didn't play them when I was young, but prefer them over the newer games. I agree, I prefer them over the newer games. I just don't know if the gameplay holds up super well. RDR1, okay, yeah, sure. MGS. Civ 4. I don't know. Civ 4 is alright. I have better strategy games, though, in my opinion. Minecraft being 33 is wild. There's no way Minecraft is 33. I agree that, like, the influence of a game is important. But not only is Minecraft probably one of the most influential or like popular games of all time, but it's a good game. It is one of the best sandboxes ever made. That's wild to me. I mean, I'm not gonna say that Half-Life isn't great too, but just like, come on. Doom, sure, okay, Tetris. Yeah. See, recently Hollow Knight is the best Metroidvania. You guys are having a Metroidvania combat. Half-Life Alyx. That's a lot of recency bias. I think Alyx was good. I just don't know how I feel about that. God of War, I agree. The new God of War was exceptional. Portal, Street Fighter 2. Undertale, Bloodborne, Bioshock. Oh yeah, Bioshock would be one of my top 10, I think. I think Bioshock 1 is in my top 10 of all time. They don't explain why they're top 10, really. Or in this, they're just kind of saying why they think it's good. They can't. Last of Us 1, Witcher 3, Wild Hunt. Okay, Halo 2, sure, Castlevania, Symphony of the Night. great game. Has its problems. Hades definitely deserves to be top 50 for sure. Putting it near top 10, I don't think is too crazy, but I don't know. It's such a competition. Would you say Hades is better than BioShock and Last of Us? I don't know. It's like it's so hard to compare these games because they're such different genres and goals. Yeah, it's for me it's really hard to compare. It's really hard to compare. I'd rather go like genre by genre. GTA 5, Disco Elysium, sure, okay. Half-Life 2, Red Dead 2, Super Mario 64, Mass Effect 2, Super Metroid, Link to the Past. Somebody really likes Zelda. Me Too top 10. I think Mass Effect 2 deserves top 10. For a lot of people, I would say this is deserved. Sure, there must be more nuanced reviewers. Yeah, but it's like, how do you compare some of these games? You guys don't like Mass Effect 2 apparently. I think Mass Effect 2 is pretty damn good. What's your top 10? I don't even know if I could start with the top 10. Ooh, nice moan. That was a good one. Yeah, this is Nintendo bias much. Not close to BioShock. I just think they're still so hard to compare. They're just different games. I'd put Mass Effect 2 in top 10, but I'd also put BioShock in top 10. I put Red Dead Redemption 2 probably within top 5. Is Warcraft 3? There's no Warcraft 3. As far as I saw, no. There wasn't even RuneScape either. It's like RuneScape has a massive amount of appeal. If they have World of Warcraft, and I think they have Final Fantasy 14 here, unless I missed it. Yeah, they don't have RuneScape. Warframe? I don't know. Warframe is a bit more niche than you would think, although I do think Warframe deserves top 100. They don't have any Ultima. There's no Ultima here. Where the fuck is Ultima 7? Arguably still an exceptional RPG game and one of the most important. There's no Baldur's Gate. Yeah, it's like, where the hell is this? There's like very little RPG representation on that list. Where's Baldur's Gate 1? Where's Fallout 1? I don't know what that list is. That list was ass, dude. That list was terrible. No Souls games here, right? There was Bloodborne, but there was 2021, so Elden Ring wouldn't be up. But I don't think there was. I also don't think there was Dark Souls on that list. I don't know. How do you make a list of all these games of all time? That person, whoever wrote that, clearly had a Nintendo bias and multiplayer game bias, because there were very few games that shined with single player. Very little RPG representation. They love their influence, whoever made that. Yeah, there's a lot of like oh, this game is super influential, therefore it's good. Well, sometimes it's true and sometimes it's not. How was your weekend? It was alright. I was kind of lazy, didn't do much. Played old school. Get obsessed with Dream. Like Sekiro best from Software Games. It's a good game. Making a secret cave. I'm trying to fix the waterfall here, and I'm having a tough time doing it because I'm going to have to redesign it pretty heavily. And I don't know how I feel about that. I'm going to have to change a lot here. I'm gonna have to change how this flows in here too, because long story short, when we have overlapping areas here like the coastline domain and the simulation, it's going to cause a big issue with the waves appearing. So as terrible as this is going to look initially, I need to do this. It's gonna look really bad, but you know, it is what it is. We'll fix everything after we get it to where we need it to be, with the water trickling down. It's Sekira's biggest improvement in From Software systems. Sekiro is good. I do think Elden Ring is better. But I'll say this, just so we all know, the only people who can determine if a game is best, it's up to the individual. So there is no best game, there is no great game or bad game. It's simply what you think is good or bad or great. Your fancy water work well against hard assets like rocks. Somewhat. We'll do our best to make it look decent. We're gonna have to do a lot of finagling though and recreation here. Only people that can determine that are game dev journalists. Oh no. Speaking of, oh yeah, also yeah, there was no Yakuza on that list, and the Yakuza games are incredible. They're so fucking good. They're so funny. There were very few JRPGs on that list, actually. There were a lot of great JRPGs. I think Octopath Traveler has been some of the greatest new, fresh takes on the ARPG genre. There was no Persona on that list. Wild. But did you guys see that that Game Informer is going bye-bye? Game Informer gone. Probably one of the biggest and most well-known game journalism sites ever. After 33 thrilling years of bringing you the latest news, reviews, and insights from the ever-evolving world of gaming, with a heavy heart that we announce the closure of Game Informer. You want to know something too? Oops. Oopsies. Did we generate our farewell? Okay, this isn't saying that it for sure is. It's not very much text to test. But it's a little suspicious that it reads exactly like you would read with ChatGPT. Very, very odd. But it's also beautiful. It's a beautiful painting that a game dev journalism or game journalism site, a lot of them are using AI to write their articles, and their farewell speech might have been written by AI. I don't know how it works. All I'm saying is that's kind of funny. Regardless of whether or not it's true or false, it's funny that it says that. It's just too perfect. Okay, let's see. Can I change this? Where's the wave actor? Velocity scale needs to be lower, wave calming needs to be higher. Wow. What are you doing? Hey, can we not? Wave actor? Let's wait, ask ChatGPT whether it wrote something with 100% accuracy. I know some teachers at my uni that did that very well. Is anyone else a little scared that we might have people entering some industries that passed their exams and tests with ChatGPT? Like, you might have a doctor in the future that used ChatGPT to write their theses. Depends on the industry. ChatGPT surgeon. Oh no. History, I couldn't care less. English also. there are a lot of English teachers that could probably benefit from using ChatGPT to learn. Yeah, you're right. A thesis does have to be defended. You're 100% right about that. It's a bit high. Why are the waves so big? Why are you big? Don't be big. Excuse me. You might not, but history is so important to so many people. That's true. Scales the velocity of the wave at the board of the simulation. What does setting this to, like, really high do? Increasing this variable can make waves less chaotic. Yeah, I want that. There be 100,000. Perfect. That's just what I wanted. Wonderful. Why are you like this? Why can't we just behave? Fluid Flux is being an asshole to me. Wow, who would have guessed? Who would have ever guessed this outcome? Fluid Flux isn't animated, it can't hurt you. You know it can, and I promise you it can, and it does hurt me. It hurts me every day. Every single goddamn day I have to work with this fucking plugin. I lose my mind. Why are you like this? A little bit better. Still annoying, but a little bit better. I thought the only subject ChatGPT is good. I disagree. I disagree. I've used ChatGPT for math, and holy shit, is it bad. ChatGPT is like Reddit for teaching you things. It's a little bit better than Reddit, but it's still kind of like Reddit teaching. It will just lie to you. And be like, nope, that's right. And if you don't know that it's lying to you, then you will just take it at face value. I actually think that I think ChatGPT is the best for what it is, a large language model. Yeah, I agree. I think it's best suited for writing and primarily in English. Is it still being yeah, okay, we just need it to come over this and look halfway decent. Obviously we have some issues that we gotta work past, that's fine. don't know if it will update this at runtime. Yes, it will. Can you test my game sometime tonight? I might be able to. I want to test out how the user experience is with these puzzles. I think, let me rephrase. When I say that I think ChatGPT is good for writing, I think that it's good for getting things accurate, not for creative writing. I think that it's good for brainstorming, but getting it to creatively write in a way that is at all humanly is just not possible. Human-like. Yeah, brainstorming is great. Using it to like teach you like grammar, things like that. Like being an English teacher, I think ChatGPT is actually pretty damn good for. Correcting mistakes, proofreading, touching up like professional things that don't need any creativity behind it. Summarization. Oh yeah, summarization is what I use it for a lot in game design. It is exceptional with summarization. Or it's just a big no. At least if we make it public. I'm okay if this looks a little silly. I just don't want it to look bad. Problem is it will go over that. So instead of a height map, we need an actual rock here. I wonder if putting... I want to try some to see if we can get rid of those bumps. I'm very curious about this. It's so annoying. It's like it runs better on... How to make this make sense? It runs better on complex surfaces than it does when it's just falling into fucking water. God, that's annoying. I hate that so much. call it spiky falls. Well, god damn it, no, it's gonna wave. Can we not today? Fluid Flux, can we not today? Can we just not do this? Maybe if it extended to the ground it would be better. Maybe. I can try to make the area height larger. But ChatGPT is a tool. It's not a surrogate, right? So you can't replace it with creative writing because every human writes differently. You can use it to spark creativity, but I don't think you can use it to replace creative writing. Why? Why spiky? Who's spiking? What is this? What is this trash? I don't get this. It's like if I'm nice to the wave simulation and I put this cube in here as a bit of like a back brace. I don't get it. What are we arguing? What are we arguing about in chat? Where did we lose the topic on this one, guys? Nothing. Okay, I'll trust you. Don't do that, please. Just banter, okay. As long as we're keeping it friendly. I should make a random controversial topic generator. Oh, we could do that with ChatGPT. Let's see. I have to log in. Okay, log in. Continue with Google. Yeah. I didn't say you have to lose the topic. I just said, like, where did we go off the rails is I guess what I meant. Generate 10 controversial topics to talk about on stream that might get me in trouble. Oh, vaccination, yeah, abortion, okay. Climate change. Race relations and critical race theory, free speech and cancel culture. Immigration policies. Gun control. Ooh, these are pretty good. Not generated any. We're going off the deep end. Seems the rails aren't there. Nah, I mean, we don't need to use ChatGPT to generate controversial topics for us to talk about. Make it even more controversial. Alright, we'll see what it says. We will see. Make it even more controversial. Holocaust denial. Oh god, ethno-nationalism. Pro-pedo advocacy. Oh, this is... okay. Eugenics, genetic modification, support for terrorist organizations, defense of slavery and colonialism, extreme political movements. Okay. I have to say it did it. It did it. I asked, it did. Laundry list of topics for stream. Oh man, even some of those I don't know if I would know how to talk about reasonably. And like some of them are like, if I talk about Holocaust denial, am I supposed to take a devil's advocate like stance on this or something, or what is it wanting me to do? FBI, open up! What is it suggesting me to do, I guess is what I would say. Oh, nice. Well, now that's calm. Yeah, it seems like it's just this. This fucked up here. Check that back. Which part? If we can get the water flowing down this stably, then we can, you know, clean up this back area a bit. Your back. My back's fine. What do you guys always... you always say that. Check behind me. It's a green screen. It's a green screen behind me. You're the god of this world. Just move the rock. It's weird that it's not... maybe it's this. What was a posture check? Oh yeah, you did that. Okay. All right, all right. I miss things. Okay. Okay, Mom. Why the water's running through like that? I don't care if we have some instances that look weird, but I'd like to avoid it looking bad. Like some of this stuff we can fix up, some of it is going to be more annoying to fix up, if you ask me. First time I've been called Mom today. Um, I do definitely want the water being a little bit gentle because it'll make it easier to blend into the coastline.
Curse you, Bale!
Yeah, Bale. A big ol' dumb dragon. Okay, this is good. This is fixable. To be thick, if you ask me. For legal reasons, that's a joke. What legal reasons? I could put a source modifier closer. Legality of my psyche. Fair. My 7th grade cousin at my grandpa's house, and they insisted they weren't Gen Alpha. 7th grade? Is that the new generation? Is Generation Alpha? Yeah, at least the water's going around. Not creating horrible spikes. Like, it looks kind of weird here, but I'll take that. I can accept that. Shit. Try to convince me Gen Z started in 1991. Yeah, that's not, a little far from accurate, that one is. I think it is 97 for Gen Z, because millennials ended in 97. I could have sworn that millennials ended 97. You also gotta be careful about any of this leaking into the cave. That's not gonna be good. What happens when the two special waters touch? Like these? They'll flow out from, like, these are infinite sources. So they should just flow and hit each other. We might get a little bit of weird... I might remove this one. I think this one's generally okay to be here. We'll see what happens when the waters meet. Start naming our gens like we do our CPUs. That would be funny. Yeah, these holes can be a little bit of an issue, but we'll see. I don't see any water going in here at the moment, so that's good. This flowing is generally okay. Like, it looks a little ugly in places, but this is a... Can pre-bake? I can. Yeah, no, I will... this will be baked into a simulation. So it's there when the game starts. But I need that... First I need it to look good. And it to not have any major problems. Oh, that's weird. It's backflowing. It's probably backflowing because of this, so that's weird. What's the name of your game? The game is called Cauldron Chronicles. And it is not a game about water. But I'm too deep into the water right now, and I need to finish it. I need to be done with it so I can move on to something else. I'm so tired of this water. Here's some about water, and we will have to put water in the cauldron, but I will not use this plugin for it. I can tell you that. It's a Potion Brewer RPG, yes. Very, very much a role-playing game. That's so cool. Thank you. We want to make it a bit more narrative heavy. Of course, we have an open world, but we want to make it a bit more narrative heavy and give you a lot of ways to solve the commissions of NPCs. This will definitely be, I think, less grindy than Potion Craft. Because we have an open world, we have this narrative aspect. We need to decide what percentages of the gameplay we want the player to be doing. Where Potion Craft is primarily a game about crafting potions, we have our open world with dungeons, with things to explore, puzzles to solve. You know, we have different seasons, we have other mini games like that. So, while alchemy is one of the core aspects, one of the core pillars of the gameplay loop, we don't want the player to be doing it, you know, like 80% of the time. It'll be more like 20%, I would say. Can't play it though unless you're 70%. That's not how statistics work. That's not how that works. Yeah, let's not use this one. There's gonna be 70% women exactly, 100% women not allowed. Yeah, and 71% isn't allowed either. No, it's because we anticipate that a slight majority of our players will probably be female, I would say. I could be wrong about that though, and a publisher would help us do more accurate competition analysis. Not competition, a market analysis. But those are my initial thoughts. You know, there's a whole Instagram TikToks about cozy gaming, both hardware and software. We're gonna have to know about those and market to those areas. I'm not very good at marketing though, so. I kind of want to put a rock here. A big old dick rock. Sticking up proudly, fiercely. I like it. The people here, but at least one of your current viewers are women, so I think that checks out. Dude, I have one female viewer. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. It's a good start. Do I have any hot dudes in chat, though? Because, like... that doesn't get me in trouble with anybody if I just say that I have some hot dudes. Why are you backflowing? Stop backflowing. You mean my mom? It's true. Vortex Chronicles. I'm okay with the vortex. Ugh, it's annoying. I feel like we do need a source in here. Cauldron Chronicles 2 release date when... Let me finish one, you guys. So mean. There's an edge mode, chat. Don't make me increase it. I will lengthen your edge. I won't let you relieve yourself, okay? It's at 10 right now. Do you want me to increase it to 20? Looks finished. Still working on the sequel. So what about this looks finished? I don't even have water working. No more edging. There's enough water up here. Go back. Hold the phone. Okay, that is, too much water. Go back. It was literally like a Hurricane Katrina this level here. Game now. This isn't even the level that's going to be in the game. This is a prototype. We're so early into development. I think we figured out the weird spikes. This water hits the ground and bounces. That could be true. You could be very right. You could be very, very right. Imagine if we just had like one fish here just spinning around constantly. Like some dead floating fish. Stop backflowing. Stop it. Don't backflow. Vortex fine. Do not backflow. If it can't happen when I poop, I don't want it happening with my water here. Damn it, it's backflowing. Stop doing that. It's so annoying. I was putting a source here because I was trying to get it to prevent... I was trying to have it prevent this backflowing. And now I can't do it. I was hoping that with more velocity kind of pushing in, that... It looks cool though. I mean, this kind of looks pretty cool. But this just looks... It's awkward, you know? It's like when you're in love with like your brother or sister or something, and you know, it's kind of cool, but it's just awkward. How do you talk about it at Thanksgiving dinner? And now we've ruined this. Incest topic. That's how we do it. Can't win against a furry. True. Don't forget, Lazy Fangs, I'm the first Antichrist of Darkest Dungeon modding, so don't test me. Thought being a furry would send you to hell? I'm the gatekeeper. Sorry, my lord, forgive me. Wild stuff. I wonder why it backflows like that. I'll probably prevent that. I don't know. Look, when in doubt, fix it with a rock. That's how all the game devs do it. It's probably actually I don't know why. Set the goalposts where you can reach them. I want this lake to be deep enough for the player to swim around in. Well, it is now not backflowing. How does this look? Oh, still terrible. Wonderful. Why? It's not itself when it's hungry. No, I can't really reduce it because it's being simulated with physics. I thought we had this looking pretty decent down here. I think there's an issue with the source actor here, which was pushing water this way when I really kind of would only want it pushing it out towards the waterfall. And that was causing the back current. I think we can fix it as long as it doesn't spike here. Yeah, see, now it's not spiky. Now it looks okay. No, no. Why would you do that? Stop it. Bad. Bad. Hold on. Fix it with a rock. No. No. Angry what? Yeah, it's very angry. I hate this. I hate this water so much. I hate this. My god, just stop. This is bad touch. This is exactly what I was warned about as a child. This is bad touch. Stop touching the water like this. Can we just work together? Don't do that. I don't even know what I'm doing at this point. Just kill me. I don't know why it seemed to work better when there was the source here. Like, it looks kind of okay for a little while. Can, like, pour it off. Get back in there. Like, it starts off looking fine. Obviously the source line looks a little bit weird. We can hide that. That's not difficult to hide. We don't have any big spikes pushing into the cave, which is good. But we definitely seem to have some... Not super important problems. Let's try this. Let's just try it. The Skyrim in the background you hear? Yes, it is. Hey, Iris. We like to have a pretty chill time here. Forgive my tiredness, though. Fluid Flux simulation state. TA waterfall simulation. Let's export. Need food? What's food? What do you mean food? Eat your Polish sour milk today? Do they have that? I have sour soup. I did have some stuff to eat today. Food but food is funny. Okay, I agree. Why is there a mushroom on this? Why is there a mushroom on that? I don't know what food means. Get out of here. Get out of here. You furry. Really north, but I don't know about Poland. I'm scared with mash. These are weird. Sour milk. Doesn't affect world, and then we need to coastline domain back to world. Alright, let's see if we can get this fixed up here. Ooh, sniffy. Who's sniffing? It's Crime Reaper sniffing. Ooh. Pretty lewd. Why is that not going down? Why is that so high? Now it is too low. Okay. We'll get there. Although I don't really know if I want to move it specifically up or down because it's going to mess up with these. Way too high. I don't know if I can offset that. It's like I just captured it at the wrong height. The whole thing needs to just come down a bit. Let me see what it looks like without, if we assume that I can blend it better. If we just pretend that this is blended well. I like the water being there, but that can be adjusted. I obviously wish that the caustics weren't being painted on the back of this. There might be a way to fix that. I'm not sure. I'm genuinely not sure about that one. Everything else should be fine from up here. This can be blended and fixed. That's a non-issue. Used to be an issue with the water here. That's been fixed by the phantom cubes. Yeah, and that's getting messed up because of the cube that was there, I think. Yeah. That's exactly what the issue was. The cube that I needed to make the simulation not freak out. Alright. Alright. Okay. Okay, let's do it. Let's try to fix it. How's the water game going? It is... It is. It's a thing. It is a moment. It is an all-time existence of my life. It is a moment. Put it that way. This looks stupid. I'm gonna put a rock there. Will there be water mini games? There will be fishing, and you can, and I will, as long as swimming isn't broken right now. Although I think the butterfly is gonna kick the ball. No, it's working okay. Yeah, there'll be a whole underwater biome with ingredients that you can collect. You can also kick the ball in the water. Have fun with it. And because we do have animals playing with the balls, doesn't mean everybody loves playing with balls. Animals are no different. You will be able to play with them. You can kick the ball back and forth. Play with the ball. Yay! You did kick it pretty far though. Sorry. Try it now. Okay. So we'll make sure if there's any underwater creatures that they can play with the balls too. This wave actor is just too high is what the issue is. And it needs to be lower. Snowcar is a whole minigame. I think Cauldron Chronicles. We'll see what we do underwater. Maybe tonight I'll get more sleep. Why the spikes? Stop with the spikes. Nobody likes you. Sorry, Spikes, I didn't mean that. You like them? I see.
Mr. President, wake up.
Thanks, Joe. I'm awake. Do my best. Just focus on climbing the stairs, okay? Apparently I did not get enough sleep last night. That's for sure. It has to exist a little bit. Otherwise, the water flowing off the edge doesn't simulate properly. That can be hidden. All this nonsense can be hidden. If there's any issues like that. I mean, the player probably won't be able to ever see some of it. There's other parts we can hide pretty easily. Okay, we need to make sure to stop it at the right time. Please no spiking. Please do not spike. Or I am going to lose my freaking mind. No. No. No, bad. It's so finicky. Every single thing about this system is just so finicky. But don't remember, we can't make it too flat or else the simulation doesn't know what to do. Because that's also a thing. God forbid you try to help it out. And it has a hernia. Why is there wet? Who has put wetness here? Who's wet in chat? I know it's one of you. Who's what in chat? Who's wet? Somebody's making my level wet. You can make it wet? Okay, perfect. Look, there's wet. Why is there wet? Who's done this? Clean it up? Yeah, I'm trying. Only way I can clean it up though is by, for some reason, raising or lowering the ground. I corrupt your female fan taking a seat after watching you wrangle those rocks. Oh my god. I hope so. I mean, watching me work with rocks must be pretty arousing. And I agree. Alright. This should be at the right level for the coastline domain, so if we can just get this coming down here without being problematic. What we want. Just don't do it. Don't spike. God, I hate spikes. Alright, here comes the water. See what it does. That acceptable. This whirlpools, thanks. That's what all the ladies say. I think this will blend okay. Like, I do want it to be rather tumultuous near the edges because that will make... It'll make it seem less likely that there would be waves hitting up on the shore, right? And that's what we won't be able to have here. Just, like, don't ask. There's, at a certain point, we're going to get really lucky with combining these. And I just need to say, okay, that's it. We're never touching it again. We're never going back. And we'll keep having hiccups, and that's the way it'll be. Unless you update the plugin. I'm not updating the plugin. Fuck the plugin. This is what it will be for prototype. And then when we go into vertical slice, it won't be used. Or I mean, if it's fixed and better, then we'll look into it. But I won't be the one to work in it. Okay. This is the new thing that society needs to hate. That might be doable. That might be doable. That's much closer to the surface. Oh, please. Oh, please. Please work. Oh, come on. Just please blend that. Please. Don't do this to me. Let me try negative. Oh, I know why it's doing that. It's because of the stupid ass wave actor. I know why it's doing that. Because that wave actor was right near the shore. I promise what I'm doing on my other screen is just not that interesting. Just adjusting numbers, hoping that something works. Like just these four numbers. It's these numbers. that I can kind of like tweak it just a little bit. But as you can see, if I mess it up, it like goes below, and then we're kind of screwed there, right? Putting this number positive at all seems to mess it up quite heavily. Even though it fixes the edge here. Oh, hold the phone. Hold thine phone. That might work. And it's gonna look a little weird in some cases. I don't care. Remember, we don't care. We care about this this mushroom being here. So let's get rid of the mushroom. Oh no, it was the water was flowing off of it. It's okay, it's okay. Don't panic. When in doubt, just put a rock. Well, now it looks weirder. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I know, particle effects. Particle effects are exactly what we need. Where are some particle effects? Splash. No. Oh god, I forgot where they were. They're somewhere. Egg, thank you for the follow. Shuba Macabre. Thank you so much for the follow. In honor of you, this particle effect will be placed here to cover up weird things happening. In fact, a lot of particle effects will be placed here. Anything ugly, hide it with particle effects. Can I fish? Type exclamation point fish. And you can. Look at that. You can't even tell there's ugly stuff here. The only problem is these will look really ugly from underneath the water. But I can't do anything about that. We just kind of have to accept it. Don't forget, it's just a prototype. The only goal is to sell publishers on the idea. And if it looks even acceptable, we do that, we get some money, we hire an artist, or lots of artists actually, and we, I never have to look at this again. They can worry about it. Is that placement okay? Look how ugly this is. Look at this. Ew. It looks so bad. Oh, God. Here's what we do. Take this, we scale it up a bit. And then we go like this. I can't get that one. Hold on. Yeah, if anybody wants to fish in chat, every 5 minutes you can type !fish and get some cool fishies. Or tires and sticks. Those are ugly. There's so many spikes. Oh. Oh my god, it looks bad. I feel bad for technical artists that have to deal with stuff like this.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Hey, just Mape, thank you for the follow.
Derivative.
That.
I love. I absolutely love.
I like that one. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Good luck on your fishing. Okay, that's acceptable. It's not great. It is sometimes terrible. It is also acceptable. I need to fix a little bit of the problems down here, primarily the... You know, if the player were to enter here, it would look weird, so I need to just kind of put some... Either some blocking volumes up or some rocks. I might opt for rocks. We might regenerate the coastline. Although regenerating the coastline is okay. What we want to avoid is regenerating the waterfall. I think the waterfall is okay as it is. I think we just kind of let this one be. This will need to be hidden. Things are okay here. Yeah. And this I don't think I can do anything about. I don't think I can. At least. Actually, can I? Yeah, they're like decals being applied here. Very little regards to the depth. Huh. Ooh, yeah. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, okay. I can maybe turn that off, but if it's all part of the same surface actor, I don't know. It must be the scattering, right? Or not? It's the caustics. And I can turn that off, but it would turn it off for the entire place. And we don't want to do that because it looks really nice, of course. Especially in shallower waters, because it's either going to look like this or it's going to look like this. And there's very obviously a better... Can I adjust the caustic's depth at all? Decal caustics. Maybe. I mean, like, maybe I can. There are some parameters here. I think I won't touch it for now. And what I'll do is, because this is a... instance, I'm gonna ask the creator of Fluid Flux if there's a way to adjust the height, because we have two primary issues here where... What? What is this line? Was that the wetness? We have the wetness too. Okay, so we have three pretty big issues here. We have this giant streak of wetness underneath where the river is. determine the water game. It's not a water game. You guys. But yes, water is wet, and that's an issue here. Water's supposed to be wet up there, not wet down here. It's making the entire underground wet. And I don't know how we can fix that. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. I just gotta pee. And then I will take a stab at fixing some of these bugs with it. Alright, BRB. Don't go anywhere. I'll know. Catching all the good fish. What do you? Oh my guys are catching a lot of epic stuff. Loggerhead turtle. Wow, wow, wow. Hey, Boom Raccoon. How do we solve wet? How do I dry this up? Yeah, it's these edges. But it's not just the edges either. It's literally everything. Everything that's underneath the wave, or I'm sorry, the water is. It's this dark material, which I assume is the wetness. Yes. How do I fix that? Like, there is a wet map here. I could get rid of the wet map. Oh, never mind. That gets rid of everything. Okay. Maybe we won't do that. Because it's the height map. Water cave is moist. It is. I mean, it's not just that either. It's also the it's also this. Look at this. Look how silly this looks because of it. It's just painting this decal and everything. I don't need it to be that. I don't need it to be that deep. This is part of the issue that I have with this plugin, is that it doesn't list this as a limitation of the mod. It doesn't tell you that this is going to be a problem. And for how expensive it is, you think it would tell you. I can get rid of the caustics. I don't really want to, but I can. I wonder if... I could hide the surface when the player goes in this cave. All the fish are dead. I have these here, these cave check volumes. What I could do is that when the player is entering the caves, I could hide the surface entirely, because they're not going to see it. You know, but by the time that they would get there, they would be here. They can't see the surface at all. It's really only going to cause one problem, I think. And that's with the caustics behind the rocks. And if we're okay with saying let's live with that, it is what it is. Even though it looks really, really, really ugly. I'll just screenshot it. I'll send it to the creator's Discord. We'll see if he gets back to me about it. Can I avoid the caustics decal being applied underneath meshes in any way. The distance for application is so long it's cutting into my cave. Gotta go. Take care, Crane Reaper. Thank you for showing up. Hope you had fun. I hope you have a good rest of your Monday. It was very nice having you here. You too, thank you. I think I'm gonna go to sleep early today. Maybe. Let's come by. Bye. It's okay, we won't be... You're not gonna miss anything. It's water. This is what I'm doing all week, is water. Unless I can get this to a pretty good state today, in which case then we will start putting stuff underneath this water. We'll see though. Gotta put some more particle effects on here, but otherwise I think the simulation looks pretty good. I don't know if we can avoid this, but you know what, if we can't, I don't care. With how many problems I've had with Fluid Flux, I can accept this. I can. Old me would not be able to. New me, it's a new man. How did we do this? How did we handle this for the caves? I'm looking at the code now and I don't understand how we made this work. Hold on. I want to test. I don't get why this is working. Oh, I'm swimming. Why? Why? I guess my physics volume extends down here. Weird, it's wild. Let me test it over here on this one. Maybe this one isn't messed up. How did we make that work? So we test if the player is inside, but that's just within the box, not the entire cave. It's not that big. It's just this little box. But when the player stops overlapping it, only thing we're checking is player inside. I don't get how that's working without bugging. I know I'm getting distracted from my water here, but it's just curious. Like we're inside of the cave checker, right? And we can't hear the birds. The player's not supposed to hear the birds. But when we exit the cave check volume, which we do here, technically it should be putting the birds back on, but somehow I made it work. I don't know. I don't know how I did it. I don't know why it's working, but you know what? It works. I won't question it. Just don't touch it, and it won't hurt you. I do not understand. Get actor of class. We should be able to just check for surface. Like flux, because we only have one surface actor in the scene. We set this visibility of the entire thing. Just cast to coastline. We'd have to do it for separate aspects. Or can we do it if the scene root and propagate to children? We'll try it. It just looks really fucking weird. And this is the problem that you're gonna have in the game. Oof, just... I don't like it. But I may not have a solution for it. At least we don't seem to be having weird wet map issues elsewhere, as far as I can tell. There's definitely an issue of it happening underground here, and with the caustics. Hmm. But yeah, my only real way around it is to just delete, or not delete, but you know, hide the surface actor entirely when the player goes inside the cave. Which I guess looks weird. But that's about it. There's a weird flickering issue. Almost absent. And an issue with swimming, but I know that's just because of the physics volume. I can adjust. Just overly big. That's better. Why is it doing that? Does it really think we're underwater simply because... That's fucking annoying. That's the... It must be the river. I know why it's doing that. I can prevent that volume, that audio from playing too, I assume, while I'm underneath the caves. It's less of an issue. Weird. Why is it doing that? Snail, no, you're gonna drown. Why are you doing this? Wow, Fluid Flux having weird issues color me surprised. What? Whatever. Whatever, I don't care. I don't care. Can I prevent the audio from playing when the player goes under? Yes, we should be able to. Update ambient volume. Not really updating ambient. We have to turn off. Or water fighting, yeah, that's all we do these days. Develop actual game, what's that? Water fighter. Ugh. I'm just so done. I took a week break because of Fluid Flux, and now I'm back, and it's like, shit, I need another week break after this. Literally anything. Like, it was kind of interesting initially, when I could see the results. Now I've lost all interest in it. It's not interesting to me anymore. It is how can I work around all of the bullshit. Work on something else? I mean, I could. I just need to get this done though, I think. Cotsper to do irritating stuff. Oh, I think he'd hate me if I don't think after all he's seen me work on with Fluid Flux, I think he would hate me if I told him, yeah, I need you to fix this. Can I get an audio cue though? Audio cue? I don't know if I can silence it. There is volume audio. It's that. I mean, I can silence the audio player from here. Oh no, that should work. Okay, so get actor of class. Get volume audio. You just mute, right? Yeah. This might be the worst way to do it. I know this is the wrong way to do this. I'm desperate. If it works, it works. Whatever. Let it happen. All right, just do it. Just work. Work and then never talk to me again, Fluid Flux. No. I wonder when it's setting this. I need it to not consider me underwater, and I don't know why it's considering me underwater. It's like the debug to check for surface just goes through everything. Which I guess kind of makes sense, but maybe there's a way to do that. Hold on. Let's look at the documentation. Maybe there's a tag or something that I can use. Or a collision channel. I don't even fucking know anymore. Trace hits. The limitation about not being able to use fluid flux in cages means it's only usable in outdoor environments. By projecting ignore certain object types. I have the opposite problem. I can get it. I can use it in caves. I can tell, you know, the height map to ignore things. What I need it to do right now is for the player's trace to see if there's a surface actor that they're under. Cats release stress, dude. Cats do release stress well. One more hour I'm gonna fuck around with this, and then I'm going to Elden Ring, because I just can't. Every day I have to work with Fluid Flux, it's just torture. Guantanamo Bay here. And get it, because there's water. This is game dev water torture. Can I sort by components? I'm pretty sure it's the swimming component that we want. Update swimming state. Find swimming state. But it's only physics. That's not updating the audio. Wherever it's updating the audio is where we want to target. Can I... Go to the parent. Volume audio, find references. I want to know everywhere that it's updating this shit. It's got to be doing it somewhere. Update camera. Where is it doing the trace? Underwater visibility. Automatic detection. Inner. Camera near surface 100. Wait. Audio near surface. Why does it think we're close to the surface though? Hit camera location, break vector, flux surface location Z. thinks the player's camera is close to the surface. I mean, surely you would try to detect if the player is actually... Like, is camera under surface. Why can't you also check here? Like, what would this break? It's fine. Ignore that sound. That's separate. Wait, so it legitimately just thinks that I am... The camera is under the surface. Because technically we are under the surface, right? Because it's right above us. Why is the detection is so far? Hey Cutsper. What's up? More struggles with Fluid Flux. Right now it... It's playing the underwater sounds here because technically we are below the surface, but we shouldn't be swimming here. Also, it's putting wetness decals and caustics on everything underneath. I can solve that. Maybe you and your modifiers. I remember there being some place where we can set the underwater visibility. I forget where though. Instance editable within the surface. Where? How is chat? They don't know. They're not bullying me. No. Underwater glass is the mode that render only surface and post-process should be handled using the glass mesh that implements absorption and scattering. What does that mean? Underwater is detected based on the camera being submerged under the water. Flux data component is attached to the main character for underwater detection. Yeah, except but you're not changing the post-process, you're changing just the sounds. So clearly you have two separate systems for detecting if the player is underwater, because you don't change the post-process materials, but then you change the sounds separately. Why are they not hooked up to the same thing? Why? Why is Fluid Flux so annoying? When you estimate to finish the Fluid Flux, I don't even know, because it just keeps being bugs. It's just bug after bug. And guess what? The documentation's still shit. But 1 or 2 weeks? So whenever I kill myself, that's when. Where is it? Where's this data component? Come here, bitch. Where's the debug on this thing? What's planned next? Fishing and or potion combat. Although we probably need to do some more things to set up potion combat. Probably fishing. Why is it not showing the debug? Oh, there it is. Oh, it's searching above me. I mean, that kind of makes sense, but... it's annoying. Or Valheim Warframe, what is your idea? I don't know yet. That's up for debate. We can brainstorm it. It shouldn't be crazy complex. I guess relaxing is more the goal here. But it shouldn't be that far. It's very weird because it's like they use a separate system for determining if you're underwater to show post-processed materials. And a separate system to play audio. Why would these not be hooked up? You would think, well, if the camera is underwater, we should put post-processed materials on it. And if the camera is underwater, we should update the audio for the water. So it's very weird to me that these are somehow doing different detection methods. Where is it doing this at? Just help me. Help me, world. Get world surface. Can't rely on overlaps. Yeah, you're right about that. In flux, dude. You're so right. You're so right. If we didn't have any rivers, it would be kind of okay. If we just had the coastline. Or just a river. You're so excited. I was, dude. I was so excited. I can't get my money back now. I wrote a 2-star review, and the guy who makes it kind of tried to refute my points, but he didn't really. You're tired? Me too, dude. I'm so fucking tired too. What am I looking at? Okay, so we know that the debug for the player trying to get the surface actor, there's like a very long distance between these things. Flux surface location. That's a readback. Should we change these? I don't think we should. Hosts like lesbians and piss in here. That's so random, Mr. People. Just general tired with things. Think I start to burn out. You might need a break. Like a couple months away. I mean, what is it doing to determine if we're swimming or not, though? Like, what is it doing to determine if we should apply post-process materials? Like, what is it? Fluid height to activation, distance to fluid activation. Actor surface distance Z offset. Okay, but how does it know that this is underwater? Don't understand this. Like, this works as it should. But then it thinks we're underwater here. And like, it's clearly a bug of the system because it's trying to, it didn't even fix the audio here. So it's like this case was never ever tested by the developer. We can jump in here and then reset it. But the moment we deign set foot under here, we're considered swimming. Annoying. Oh my god. Fuck me, chat. Just do it any way you want, okay? As many times as you want, I'm yours. It's volume audio. Read the value of variable volume audio. How do you do these getter nodes with validation checks on them? Is there a way to do that? I see that being done a lot. How's that done? Well, he has a getter node for the read the value of the variable volume audio, right? But it also has a validation check within it. And that's pretty useful, because then you don't have to do a separate validation check, right? Right click on the get node. Oh, yeah, I see. Okay. Okay. Thank you for telling me about that. That's cool. That's very useful. I appreciate that help. I hate how there are some things hidden within the right click menu that I would assume should also be available in the details panel. And so I always check the details panel and I rarely ever check the right click menu. Here's what I'm gonna print. So many hidden things in software, yeah. I mean, I assume with something as complex as Unreal as well, they need to have extraordinary consistency with some of this stuff. And I mean, I can imagine with it being such an old, you know, almost like 10-year-old engine at this point, or even I think it's even over 10 years old at this point, that there's just been a little bit of a mix of consistency. You're slowly learning Windows 11. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry for your loss. Yeah, it thinks we're underwater. Where's it doing that check, though? Where's it doing that trace? I need to know. Or is it just getting a direct distance? Living Dreamer forcing Windows 11 doesn't exist. They haven't forced it on me yet at home, and it's because what I do is I open up the group policy management in Windows, and I set the update servers to my local computer, and so therefore I don't ever get information about updates, and I just turn it back on whenever I need to update. So, you know, like once in a while. Is that the safest thing to do? No. Is it enjoyable? Yes. And I just turn it back on like once every couple months. Do a big update and then do, you know, reset it. Soon at work it's gonna be over. Oof. You know, the really cool thing is on this computer, this PC does not currently meet the minimum system requirements to run Windows 11, so I'm free. We're safe. It's literally just getting the distance between the surface location. That's it. Unless the data component itself is doing a trace of some sort, which it might be doing. What if disable updates though? When blue pop-up shows, you just press small little reject button. I thought eventually they're gonna force it, but I just don't like updating Windows at all. I hate it. It sucks. Sucks ass. That's kind of weird. Where's the check every tick for, like, This is only on spawn. I don't get it. Using particle data? There should be a better method for calculating horizontal velocity, but it's too late. You know, when I purchased a $350 asset on the store, it would be pretty damn great if there weren't so many bugs with it. That's my hot take for the day. I mean, can I get like the swimming component, and can I detect if the player is swimming? So that this doesn't happen? I mean, what are my options here? Hey, little robot games. Must have friend update because they just didn't see the reject button, making it super small and same color as background is working out. Of course it is. Of course they're doing that. Follow nudge from UE5 and bring it to Godot, so Godot becomes stronger and better. I don't think I'm the right person. I'm just a designer. Yeah, so it doesn't think we're swimming. Isn't that weird? That's so fucked up, dude. The person who made this, why? Why do you use two separate checks to determine if the player is swimming? It actually feels like three. It's like there's different checks to see if the player is swimming, if the player is underwater, and if the sound needs to play. These should all be the same thing. Just kill me. Okay, we're good. Can I... Can I set some references here? Okay, I'm gonna try this. This is really stupid, but I'm gonna try it. Temp to make audio work. Fuck me. House of Dragon spoilers? I don't have any spoilers to give you. They're everywhere? Well, simple, you just have to watch the episode. I remember when episodes of Game of Thrones were leaking, and I was watching the leaked episodes. That was kind of fun. I was watching it like 3-4 hours before everybody else. And I knew everything that was going to happen. Oh, this one got leaked. Oh shit. I just want to look at cute girls on Instagram with my dick in hand. Wild. I have not been watching it, admittedly. I actually kind of just need this to not be here for the moment because it's really, really loud. Making testing this very difficult. That's good. Somebody knocking on my door? Hold on. Let me check. Oh, hey. Oh, that's pretty. It's the lady that you're officially allowed to make. Oh, there's a copy. Okay. Yeah, cookies, oh. Well, thank you. Stream. We are officially allowed to marry, chat. We had to get permission to marry. We have obtained it, which is pretty damn good. It's I know it sounds weird, but it's the first governmental step. And then next we can get married. So we just do it. You know, Nike. And then I need to apply for residency based on being married. No, it's still playing the underwater noises. Fuck off. Dude, why? No, that's correct. Why are you updating it? No. There's no audio. Don't do it. What is this bullshit? Happy, thank you so much. Am I getting a namesake? I had like the perfect... I had the perfect name for our child if it was a boy, and I completely forgot it. I swear it was like somebody from Path of Exile. I swear there was somebody in Path of Exile, a male character that's like, dude, that would be a perfect name. Wasn't Gandalf. I bet there are some kids named Gandalf though. Wait, what? Wait, oh my god, you guys. Okay, this is so fucked up, it's funny. This is so fucked up. So this changes the player's audio, right? If they're underwater. Is this little bit right here? You can see the audio. And it checks basically if the player is underwater, we should update the audio. So basically, if this fully goes through, all the way through true, we are underwater. And if it goes to false, we aren't. Don't think about it too hard. For some reason, like, we're not underwater, we're fine. There shouldn't be any audio changes, like we shouldn't hear any of the ocean sounds that we would hear if we were glug glug. But if we go glug glug, this should poop out true. Okay, so let's go poop out true. Success. Poops out true. Okay. However, for some reason, the audio still changes under here, but this doesn't poop out true. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's like there's multiple places that the audio is handled. So fucking frustrating. Get some cookies? Oh, I did get some cookies. Ooh, I got some cookies, chat. Oh, good. I've been calling myself feeble for 5 years and decided it. I've never been happier. You know, like breeding doggies. It's pretty cool. Sounds like a lot of work. You get to name them. That is pretty fun. Uh-oh. I got crumbs all over the chair. Like raptor dogs. Right now I'm getting micro pissed at Fluid Flux. Fluid fuck off. Okay, so there has to be some other audio component then that is getting referenced here. I don't even know at this point. There has to be some other place where this is being referenced. It's referenced 4 times here. One, two, three, four. Where's the first time? Unless it's this. Unless that's counting. Yeah, that's counting as 1. So there's 5 references here. None of which do what we need it to do. Realize you added the safe space tag on your stream after the hot takes only offensive humor and cancel me, please? Yeah. Well, it is a safe space, but it's a safe space for me. Idiot. Big brain move, yeah. That'll get them in, because then when people search for safe space, they click on my stream. And then they hear me saying something just wild. Like when we were looking for, when we were getting ChatGPT to generate some chat topics for us. Holocaust, denial, and stuff like that. Wild. Initialize volumes. But this is initialize, right? This isn't... This just happens once, or does this happen all the time? No, this just happens once. So I don't really get it. I just think there are a lot of people that are just a bit too sensitive. Like, I can understand maybe not wanting to talk about something once in a while, but, like, come on. Joke's a joke, right? I mean, if anyone thinks that joking about Joe Biden or Donald Trump doesn't make it a safe space, it's kind of weird. We can make fun of 2 old angry men yelling at each other, doing illegal things. Is there maybe a separate audio player? Like, there's volume audio here. Audio component doesn't have... There's no, like, sound components attached to this. So it can't be here. Is there, like, a tool for audio? A pretty portal got... What's pretty portal? Ask you your thoughts on the political climate in America, my thoughts on Palestine and Israel. I like how everybody's supposed to have an opinion on that. Well, I just expected to be experts at global politics and understanding hundreds, maybe even thousands of years of religious strife in a region that we don't live in. But then you get called fence sitter for like thoughts like that. Like, oh, you can't take a side, that you have no balls. Are you a coward because you can't take a side? It's like, okay, I'm gonna take the side that you're not on because you're kind of mean. No, you can't take that side. Okay, well, God forbid. I think South Park had a great episode that was similar, which was the turd sandwich and giant douche. And I think it was because, yeah, Kyle was trying to get Stan to vote. Stan didn't want to vote. And when he finally convinced Stan to vote, Stan was going to vote for the thing that Kyle was against. And then Kyle was like, well, no, you can't vote that way. What a timeless episode. Very Palestinian, she's like, doesn't take any shit from the other side. It's okay, though. I can fix her. I'm very neutral. Never see me march in your Yeah. The thing is, I don't know if I would be against marching in a protest as long as it was peaceful. I think, though, that a lot of these groups that do these protests, they don't stop the violent ones. They're like, oh, well, you know, I'm angry too, so I guess it's okay. Like, I'm not going to go do the violent stuff, but I'm okay with them doing the violent stuff. It's like, well, now you've just ruined it all. Now people won't look at you, the peaceful protesters. They will look at the violence. The people that you aren't condemning or stopping. It's like if you're in like a group of 1,000 people and you see one of these masked individuals or something going and throwing bricks through a window, the first thing you should do is tackle that motherfucker and stop him. Take him over to the police, get him arrested because he's making you look bad. And he's committing crime, so. Me to care about that, and you gotta write a 20,000 word essay in MLA format. Perfect grammar, great sources. I did try to, like, I looked at Wikipedia, I read a couple of, like, articles about it, and, you know, I had ChatGPT kind of summarize it. Again, not all of these are super reliable, but I was hoping to gather not, you know, unbiased multiple data points, and what it really comes down to between Palestine and Israel is that they are fighting over land that they both think they own. Hey, hi, howdy, thank you for the follow.
Bullshit. Derivative. That.
Hold on.
I absolutely love.
So they're both fighting over this land that they both think that they should own, and they are both committing violence and lying to each other about it. And at every single point where people have tried to sit down and say, how can we find a peaceful way to solve this, both sides have not wanted something peaceful. That seems to be it. And there are peaceful coalitions in both sides, and they are tiny, and they get overridden by the non-peaceful coalitions. So really, if you ask me which side I should be on, I'm going to take the side of the peaceful coalitions on both sides. So therefore, I'm taking both sides, and I'm taking neither side. But, you know, that's a wild take, so, you know, careful. Maybe it's this audio component. Flux surface, flux audio component. Let's check the flux audio component. I haven't checked that yet. And that seems like the one that I should be checking. Base traps are getting canceled one step at a time. Well, it's funny because that is true. If you don't take either side, you will get attacked by both sides. Which is just funny. And it's not like I'm trying to play Switzerland here, right? And just, I don't want to be a part of it. No, I want to be a part of this discussion. But nobody wants to debate it from a neutral standpoint. I mean, I guess we do, but, you know, the two extremes are too large and too audible that anybody standing near the center is just drowned out, or you're called names for not taking an extreme side. Partrusian, I'm worried about talking about my heritage because the US definitely went full-blown anti-Semite overnight. Oddly enough, I kind of agree, and it isn't the side that I would have thought would be, or it isn't the side that the media says is anti-Semitic. Update source. Yeah, but that's splash flow. That's attenuation. Unless they say that was pro-Israel and shit at first. Yeah, I don't know. I agree with Raptor. Amazed people are supporting Palestine so much, it boggles my mind. The thing is that I don't know, in all this propaganda from both sides, I just don't know. All I know is that there are peaceful coalitions in Palestine, and I'm sure there are citizens in Palestine, and I'm sure nobody wants to be killed, so I support those three things, no matter what side they're on. If you are peace for peace, if you don't want to kill or be killed, and you want to find a peaceful resolution to this, then I support you. Simple as that. I don't care what side you're on, which part of the world you're living in, what you call yourself. If you just want to stop the violence and find a peaceful solution to this, then I'm for you. And not only for being neutral, so much people I know were out with flags, I no longer speak to them. Yeah, the whole, I don't know, it's just... By all accounts, I am a rebel, but I don't feel like I'm rebelling. Because I'm rebelling against both of the major sides, so I don't really know what to do. Fire will not be tolerated. You have a different position. What do you have position of, customer? And by the way, if you are strongly for one side or the other here, you can voice it. I'm not going to, like, ban you. As long as you're just polite about, you know, voicing your opinion. We allow anybody on the stream. Yeah, nobody's... I'm not going to judge anybody. Like, if you have things that might sway somebody to another side, that's what it's for. I put out a video pretty recently that there were some slurs in the comments. One that I hadn't heard before. And somebody got mad at me for keeping those comments around, but it was because there was discourse underneath the comments that I think is useful. I don't like the idea of just banning somebody the moment they say something like that, because I feel like you're not even giving them the chance to change their mind. And usually if somebody uses a word like that, it's probably me. If somebody uses a word like that, and you just ban them, you're not listening to why they might feel that way. And you may be able to talk to them or just convince them that maybe they're being a bit too, like, thoughtless with this. They're not giving it some nuance, or they're being a bit too emotional. And I understand somebody wanting me to ban it, but I also just don't think that that's the solution. I'd rather try to change their mind and realize that I can't than just not try at all and always wonder if I could have. Maybe that's a good way to put it. And people who step over that line are unfixable. You might be right, Hi Howdy, but then you have those cases of... Who was that African American man who was able to convince many KKK members to stop being in the KKK? I don't remember his name, but I think he's a good example that even the people that you think might be too far gone, there might be a way to show them that they're being a bit too extreme. It wasn't Neil deGrasse Tyson. I have to find him. African American man who convinced KKK members. Daryl Davis convinced over 200 KKK members to give up their robes. And he looks like a member of the A-Team. It's so great. But I think that he's a good example that maybe there is a way that you can change the world by talking to people. And if you exclude some of these individuals, or if you censor their viewpoints, that I feel that in many cases it just strengthens their feelings, that they feel like, oh, of course I'm being excluded because that's the way insert group of people are. Yeah, and I think if you censor them, it's just going to prove their point that they don't feel, like they feel like they're being attacked. They feel like they're being silenced. And I'm not saying that we need to, I guess, agree with their viewpoints, but maybe there's a way. Those people online that throw slurs aren't racist. I'm sure they don't hate opposing races. Just they want to get a. I think there is also that too. Yeah. Yeah. Looks like a singer. He was a blues singer. It said on that he's a blues magician, musician. Oh, dude, get down on it. That's such a good song. I don't know if I could play that, but this is a fantastic song. Cool in the game. So beginning, I think Israel is unhinged to do some stuff too dumbly, but Palestine, from what I gather, have lesser claims. Their goal is more evil, just to get rid of Israel, and what Hamas is doing is super bad. At this point, I am more for total destruction of Hamas, just to not reward terrorist behaviors. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any denying that Hamas is just not helping any part of Palestine's viewpoints, especially the citizens. But I mean, that's just my kind of view on the surface of this. But I agree. I think that there are some people that might be too far gone, but we don't know. And I think that banning viewpoints that we don't agree with, without even discussing them or without giving people a chance to, let's for instance say that somebody is a transphobe, right? That they feel this way. Well, they might have been caused that because of either them seeing all of one side and none of the other, or them having a bad experience and getting maybe traumatized in some cases. So if you can show them that, for instance, there are many trans individuals that don't agree with some of the extreme views or extreme actions of other members that share that trait, you know, perhaps this can make them realize that there is nuance to all these groups. I'm betting this is getting cold every tick. Or not? Wait. $1,000. It's about every 3 seconds this is getting updated. And if we jumped underwater... Weird. Okay. Particle callback handler event. I don't know. I actually do not know where this audio is being updated. This is so weird. Change the volume or play an extra sound. I don't know what it's doing. I think it's attaching a component to the player and it's updating the qualities of that component, right? Like which sound to play, what volume. But I can't seem to figure out where exactly it's doing it in this case when we walk underneath. Kind of hard to hear. It's clearly tied to this debug here for the, which one is this? Not this one. The data component. But everything within the data component, the only time that it references the audio actor, it's not really doing it. Not really doing anything. I don't know. I don't know if it's. I don't think it's spawning the sound though. So I think it's part of the this surface coastline. It has this volume audio, and as far as I can see, it is welding it to the player. I don't remember where. Not here. That's only on initialization. Or maybe I thought it was and it wasn't. Or it isn't this, or it just isn't this one. You're right, there might be something here. How can we post sound wave information to viewport? AU debug sounds. Debug sounds or debug sound cues. I think either would definitely be of assistance here. I appreciate that. Where am I pooping out a false? I need to get rid of that here. I'll try just sounds. The ocean sounds in this are so wonky. It's setting a parameter.
It looks like he may commit suicide.
Hey, MD Fury, thank you for
Suicide is
following.
badass.
No.
Wake up.
Wake up. I'm awake, I promise. Am I frustrated? Yes. How's it going? It is a day. It is a day of me trying to figure out how this... It's setting an audio parameter. Here's the problem though. Okay, so when I hook this up, right, to detect if it's... Basically only update the audio if we're swimming. And you would think, okay, that should work, right? So if it goes through to true, we're swimming. If it doesn't, we're not swimming. So we can't hear the swimming sounds, nothing underwater. Except now. I'll boost it up so you can hear it. Right? All good. Kind of. There's actually a different one we can check, but ignore it for now. But it's updating it here, and you can hear it, especially if we go inside here. It's being overridden by the coastline sound. I hate. Let me turn off the birds. This should turn them off. I think. You hear that? Like, what's controlling that? And I'm pretty sure it's part of the default queue that's set in here. Wherever it is. Probably within the coastline domain itself, honestly. Don't see it. Volume audio, ocean ambient. It's this water under. So something is updating the surface distance when it shouldn't. We definitely set the float parameter here for surface distance, but we can't get to that unless true is being hit, and it's clearly setting this surface distance parameter, so there's somewhere else that it's setting this. Okay, let's find references. Be a lot of these. Jesus Christ. The good thing is the only one we have to worry about is... Actually, can I do set flow parameter with surface distance? No. Does anyone know the regex for this? UE5 find in blueprints. I need to know how it works. Like, what do I type in here? Blueprint search. Documentation. Please help me. Searchable tags. Name. Can we search by subfilters? Maybe this. And. Okay. To and. Okay, it's not name. Could be pin, maybe. Pin's default value. Hold on. Or maybe just value if there's an option. There's default value. It's two of them. There we go. So in the audio component and in the flux surface, we were looking at flux surface. Must be this one. Okay, let's try this. Send me the regex? Okay. Where was it? Where did I do it? Oh no, I lost it. It was fine, and then I did and pins default value equals surface distance. I think this was it. Yeah. There it is. Yeah, it's working. I can hear it. That's working. That fixed it. Ignore the fact we can still hear it. It's not that big of a deal. That can be fixed. It's because we're doing automatic detection. So in fact, in the same place, what we could do is also put, yeah, I think, can also do a first-person character, or technically we store if the player is in a cave. Where? We stored in the ambient time of day, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Wait, do we never set it? No, we have player inside cave. Oh, but that's a local variable, isn't it? I don't like that. I'm gonna store it and call it from the game instance. Or in the player character. Probably better. Fine. I mean, either one really works here. I don't really care. In which case we're just gonna set the surface distance to some useless number, and we should be able to hide all of the audio. And then I'm probably going to, I don't know. I don't like the default audio of Fluid Flux because it has weird attenuation. But maybe that's for the best. Maybe I should use it. This is a bad way to do it, but whatever. Don't look. Cave. Git. Return. Oop, nope, not that. Don't switch on app return type, please. And where do we... I forgot where we update when the player is inside or not. I think this is in the swimming component. Yeah, update ambient volume with swimming state changed. Honestly, I could just do it this way. Yeah. You play Baldur's Gate 3? I did. Multiple times. 4 times. Are you a fan? To some extent. Do not trigger him. I don't think the game is amazing. I think it's just like a 7 out of 10 if you ask me. Trigger him. Actually, I don't really care if that uses the old way of checking. I don't really care about that. What I do care about is this. Crossfade by parameter. Me and Mr. Raptor have very controversial opinions that BG3 is pretty overrated. Yeah. Tries to play a 7 out of 10 game 4 times. I enjoyed the game. I enjoyed the gameplay. What I don't enjoy as much is the story after Act 1. Although there are some exceptional parts, especially in Act 3. I think that, by and large, the characters in the main story are very... I don't think they have a lot of lasting appeal. It should be set to like negative 100. We're acting like it's the best game ever made, but I've had so much more fun playing Mass Effect, like 10 times more fun. It's definitely not the best game ever made. It is a good game. It has some very good production value, like exceptional production value and budget thrown into it, especially for the genre, which we haven't really seen before. But I think that from a character and story standpoint, which I think are the two most crucial things you need to get right in that kind of title, those are some of the weakest aspects. I think the villains are kind of meh. The companions are hit or miss. And a lot of the main plot points are very boring. Or handled poorly. This sounds correct. Where is it? I've never found a game with good characters or story. Have you played Red Dead Redemption 2? I mean, there could be anything, right? Like, you could be more of like a, I need battle and fighting and character drama, so maybe like you're more of a fan of Dragon Ball or something, where it's just, let's fight it out, let's use the stronger opponent, that kind of thing. Or maybe you like, you know, dramatic stories and emotional scenes. I guess that, I mean, that's a bit individual, right, now on what you consider, but what is the game that has come closest to you to giving you emotion? Do you feel emotions, Ice Creek? Just fucking with you, but you know, what's the game for you that's done that? State. We still want to go here if it's false. Can I just do this? Select. I was playing Red Dead Redemption character's story a lot. I was emotionally involved, and this is what it was like in BG3. I felt emotionally involved in, like, Lae'zel and Shadowheart, but other characters just didn't do it for me. I was hoping that Gale's storyline wouldn't just be him being a simp the whole time, but that's really all it is. And I like his character, and his voice actor are great. His story is just fucking boring. I liked... Like, Astarion is just kind of one note. He's just angry boy, and I don't know. Eh. It's like kind of funny sometimes, but then after a while it just... It really seems like they just kind of said, okay, you're not supposed to care about these characters as much as you're supposed to be horny about them. It kind of feels like that sometimes with Baldur's Gate 3. It's like it's all jokes and quips, but then when they have to be serious and actually live inside the world, it feels like they don't always live inside this world. And they all feel horny for you instantly. They did. Only one that makes me feel horny is Shadowheart. Hey, if you could pick any one person, no, that's a good one to pick. Is that correct? Why does this look wrong? Let me see it look wrong. The player is swimming, we don't want to... The player's not swimming, do we want to update this ever? Technically, yes. I feel like this should be the other way around. Is player swimming? True. Then updated otherwise. Are they in a cave? I feel like that's what it should be. Let me test that out. But they already fixed it, they did. But I didn't forget how Will started rizzing me instantly, and I haven't even spoken to him once before. Yeah, I know some people were saying they had a lot of fun playing in multiplayer, but we had so many bugs playing in multiplayer, so many missed conversations that only one of us was seeing, so many contradictions, especially with, you know, Paladin Oath breaking all the fucking time, and it doesn't tell you when or how. It just wasn't a good experience. And there were so many things that if it happened to me, the host, it would never happen to you as an additional player. So if a character was hitting on me, they would never hit on you. So it was like, it was just bug after bug after bug, an issue. It was not an enjoyable experience. If it can fit, it can be microwaved. We should hear the coastline here. I really need to turn off those birds while I'm testing this. It's so annoying. Shit, you're not supposed to hear it under here. Oh, because we don't need to be doing the branch anymore. Hold on. Why? Got to get rid of that. And temporarily I will just disable this. Hopefully that works. Didn't work. Okay. Or because it was updating it. Whatever. Why isn't the coastline working? Kinda weird. I'll look into that. I see the branch that okay, I know why. The branch was fixing it from playing at all, but technically if the player is we'll just do this. Fuck the selects. Player can't swim inside a cave anyway, so is player swimming true? Update this. Is player in cave? This we can use a select node for. Set it to -100. The one thing that's weird is it's not starting out with the coast being active. I have to set it. I think I messed something up there. Probably on initialization. I don't know what this parameter is currently. Where would I have broken that? Probably here. I don't know if this is relevant to have anymore. Something's preventing the coastline sound from appearing at start. There it is. That was the issue. I know there's one issue here that I can fix. Back away. No, I shouldn't hear it. Hold on, I gotta refresh my mind. Let me go to the bathroom. The solution is easy. It's just I'm kind of like mentally broken today with all these. Give me a second. BB. I just left you guys in silence. Sorry about that. Just completely silent. Oopsies. We don't want to use it on swimming state. We want to use it on if the camera's underwater. Any reason for you to be using Blueprints instead of C++? The plugin I'm working in is fully Blueprints, and I like Blueprints because they're faster for me. But welcome. Welcome to Blueprint stream. Did I put in the swimming component a value for... God, where did I put it? Base BP enjoyer? Yeah, I like them a lot. They're certainly not as capable as C++, but they're very capable. We've made our whole game in Blueprints so far. We use camera underwater. That's from the ambient time of day. Alright, let me grab it from there then. Active class, ambient time of day. Camera underwater. Actually, the more reasonable one we want to use here. How you doing today, Rockrick? How's your Monday? I'll fix that bug, and then if the player is under... Technically, I don't want to... The only time I want to play it is if the player is... Well, no, we shouldn't play it at all. Just woke up, starting work now, praying for an okay week. Uh-oh. You having some stuff blow up at work? Are you a game dev? It's definitely not news if that's the case. We get paid to put out fires paid very terribly to put out fires all the time. Work with Unity for mobile game dev, always something blowing up. That would be, isn't it? We're still gonna hear it in here. Wait, turn the music off. No, the player's not swimming. Or does it consider the camera to be underwater? It must. What an annoying plugin. What an annoying plugin. I'm gonna go crazy from this. Alright, time to nest the if statements. If you're ever working in Unreal, Rockrick, do not, I repeat, do not get the Fluid Flux plugin. You will want to kill yourself. It has the worst documentation, has super specific use cases. And it doesn't tell you in the documentation that the use cases you want to use it for are not possible. So you're under the impression that, okay, it can solve this problem. No, it can't. No, it can't. And you won't succeed with it, and you will hate yourself. And that's what I've been doing to try and get our coastline to work. And our river and waterfall here. Ignore the missing trees. Poorly documented stuff is the worst. Yeah, it is. I'm so upset with this. Is there any reason my waves do not show up in game? Okay, that's just a boolean. I forgot I switched off. Kill me, kill me, kill me. Kill me, kill me, kill me. Okay. Is player swimming... What do I want to do here? Is the emotional... I thought it would be very quick. I thought it would be quick. I mean, the coastline is easy. I thought the rivers would be like, okay, we just pop them out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Done. Now we can make the underwater biome. No. No. You can only have one domain. You can only have one surface actor. You can't have overlapping domains. You can't do this and this and this. If you have multiple surfaces, you want to bake them, you have to do these things that aren't documented. And then you have to combine the data in a way that isn't documented. Then you have to tweak the combination in a way that isn't documented. It's just like hour after hour is spent on things that just lack documentation and aren't necessarily difficult once you figure them out, but because you have to figure them out on your own. Well, much for not having to implement something. This was like, the coastline was easy. And I think looks halfway decent for what it is. The swimming system was a little annoying, but it works. It's just obnoxious. So remember your youthful face full of joy and motivation when I asked you about Fluid Flux? Oh man, don't remind me. PTSD. I think actually there's uses, if you're making an ocean, if you're making an island, Fluid Flux, great. If you're making water that you don't have to interact with and you don't swim around in, fine, great. If you're just like, you want to simulate it and then bake it into a static mesh for performance, Done. Easy. Useful. Granted, it doesn't really tell you how to do that super well, but you can do it, and it works well for that. But if you want to interact with it, if you want to be able to like move around and do shit with it, don't. Yeah, we did get the waterfall to work somewhat. It's a bit ugly, but it is water that is falling without spikes. There are still some weird things that we gotta hide with rocks, as all game developers can concur. When in doubt, hide it with particles or rocks. Is camera underwater true? And are we swimming? Found 2 big spiders on your trip. I want to see. I like spiders. Alright, let's see if the audio's working. That's working. That's working. Oh, I didn't get any pictures? That's a shame. Wolf spider and the other orb weaver. That's pretty awesome. No, we're not. No, I'm not supposed to hear it. Oh, because this shouldn't be false. This is okay. This just needs to exit here. Okay. I'm brain dead after I solve this audio problem. We're moving to Elden Ring. So I apologize for anybody who's here for game dev, but some days you just have to be like, nope, that's it. For my own sanity, I'm gonna go play a game that is ironically less stressful than this. Here for cute girls. You got me, Mr. Phoebo. You playing a game? Yes, I could. What is new in it so I know where to test? It's still playing underwater. What the fuck? Oh, this is entirely separate. Okay. You're not underwater. Why are you updating like this? I know why. Because we need this to work. But it breaks the coastlines at startup. Why does it break coastlines at startup? Is it because the volume multiplier is 0 on startup? If we change that to 1... Yeah. Volume audio, volume multiplier, flux audio component, ambient volume. And then lerp. Give myself 2 days to finish the Pirates of the Caribbean and Tesla Quest and Fortnite. I'm fucking grinding. Pirates of the Caribbean and Tesla Quest on Fortnite? I'm sorry? Explain to me how those 3 things exist. I need this to play once. Okay, this is gonna be really dirty, but whatever. I'm desperate. Please work. If I hear water sounds, I'm gonna be angry. I'm gonna be major angry. No glug glug. I hear glug glug. Probably because I put a do once in a fucking function like an idiot. It's probably because I did that. What am I thinking? Of course it's not gonna work. It's in a function. What am I thinking? Like, I need this to run just once. At the start of the game. Let me double check. Kick the ball, bitch. Oh, he's going for it. Bonk. That was a nice hit. Wanna play with it again? Come here. Here, little butterfly. Where, buddy? No? Damn, what a hit. He's shy. It's like 10 of my messages? No, I've been reading them. I have been reading them. Don't worry. I've been reading them. I just don't read them out loud sometimes. But I saw it. I'm still trying to fix this audio issue. I don't get it. I don't get why the... the color beloved. Flux broke. Those shouldn't be. You were born here. The default value on this 0. You can change your color in your account settings, I think. I mean, I could duplicate this and just have it do an update camera once. I assume that it's running this somewhere constantly. On tick. Duplicate. Am I supposed to know if you don't say anything about it? Good question. I need to pull in delta time. Do we need to pull that in? Use it anywhere else? Yes. Well, this seems stupid, but I'll try it. If we can hear the waves, we've succeeded. If we can't, we have not succeeded. Yep, that's what I thought. It's so frustrating. Annoying. That's annoying, but I don't care enough.
Mr. President, wake up.
That's how I feel right now. Literally how I feel. These decals being applied. Like, really, why is this a thing? And I don't know why the player can still hear the audio cue down here. When it should, and is, as far as I know. Wait a second. If player is camera underwater, true. Swimming, false. Why did this cause a problem before? Also, we don't want to update it at all. We only want to update if it's true. No, it's a few nested if statements, but it's really annoying because there are specific scenarios we need to avoid. Very, very specific. I don't like it, but that's where things are. Where is the thing I was updating? Update camera. And this fixes something. But if we have it connected, it won't initialize the sound of the waves. I forgot what it breaks if you don't have it. Is that the one to specifically check for this? No, this only updates when the player is swimming. Yeah, that makes that work. me a second to sip. Visual problems aside, there's only one bug left with the audio. Never mind, it's still there. I'm so done today, I'm just done. This system sucks. There must be something else handling the coastline. All the more reason to build it better in the final version. The thing is, like, just to stretch and hydrate. Okay. Yeah, I'm fucking done with Fluid Flux today. And maybe forever. I could have sworn the wave sounds were from this cue. Maybe I'm crazy. Oh, I'm setting it to -100. You learned something new today? What did you learn? I put a crossfade 3. It only recognizes OGG files. Interesting. At least it's easy to get OGG files. Red wave, it just doesn't show up. Crazy. Probably due to the compression, since wave is uncompressed. So they're pretty big audio files. OGG is quite compressed. We're not swimming. So setting the crossfade won't help here. We could lower the attenuation radius if the player is in a cave, I suppose. But we set... Unless we took that out, which we might have. Yeah, we took that out. Okay, so we're not using that. But we do need to set the volume multiplier to 0, except that it's going to be overridden in the surface component. with the attenuation. So when we go in the cave, set visibility of that, but also get the volume audio, and can we adjust the attenuation? Jesus Christ. I just want to set the radius. I don't need a whole song and dance list of bullshit. I literally just need the fall off distance. My lord. Just done to keep the initial download shorter. It's really long even with the optimization they did. I mean, WAV files compared to OGG are just massive in size. OGG is a very optimized audio format. It's good for sound effects. I'd like to just mute it, but I can't because it's going to update. No, it won't update. I can set the multiplier here. I think. I think this is dumb and won't work. It sounds like it's working. Granted, I'd probably still just turn those off as a whole and use my own audio splines for this. Which if we do that, then we can just turn off everything related to the, everything except the underwater sounds. The underwater sounds are okay. I don't like their coastline or river sounds. Because number one, they're weak as shit. And they don't play properly, really. I guess it's not the worst thing here. Oh, it's weird. I think if someone started speedrunning CC when it's out, yeah, I'd be pretty positive about that. I'd try to support that any way I could. Why can we still hear it? Here's the thing though, if we use our own splines, I don't have to worry about this. Because I already have the code in place to support it. Where's this stupid river? Speedrunners are good for business? Yeah, they don't hurt. They definitely don't hurt. Ocean ambient. No, I need the... I guess it is the ocean ambient. This should get rid of the waves entirely. All the wave sounds should be gone. The underwater sounds should still work. There's an issue with the ambient sounds where it's asking if the player is underwater. And we instead, or I'm sorry, if it's asking if the player is swimming, we want to do it if the player is underwater. I don't know why we set it up like that. Yeah, speedrunners are good. We like speedrunners. True. What am I doing? Cave check, ambient. No, he has his camera underwater. Why is that not working then? Oh, it's only for water. So it must be within the swimming component update ambient volume, but it's only when the player is here. Instead, we want to put this on wherever we check is camera underwater. No, that might be on the character. No. Oh, we have it in function alchemy. Okay. Do we use it somewhere? Counteractive. Weather effects and sound water. Ambient time of day. Hey, Rustolpi. Hopping to say hi. I'm still working. Have a nice stream. Thanks, Rustolpi. I appreciate it. Where do we run this? Flux surface. I see. So that's fine. This is old. Let me make an event here quick, and we will do... ambient sounds. Whatever, that works. So we don't need an input, we just need to do camera underwater. There might be a slight timing issue as well, so I will do a slight delay. Well, there's a change rate here, so I guess it's fine. Okay, update ambient sounds, camera water. Do it if the... do it regardless. So that'll base it not if the player is swimming, but if the camera is underwater. Technically, we should only do it if the player is swimming as well. Now that I think about it. Okay, I'll try that. Disable the ambient oversound. We'll use our own sound splines like we have, well, technically here. Although I think I turned that off at the moment. Yeah, I just removed the sound. So we'll fix that. And use that instead for the coastline. Probably. Oh. Well, it's not working. It's not working at all. Let me try that because I think that might fix it. Just deleted the birds. Couldn't do that. Why did the birds get deleted? Because it's only called on swim state. Don't delete this. You need this. Check VOD day 111, 5 hours and 26 minutes in. Yeah, I don't remember why we needed this. But apparently VOD day 111, 5 hours and 26 minutes in, I do explain it. I will assume that that's accurate. We need to handle the weather, or the ambient sounds in the same way that we handle the weather. Can't I just do that? Like in sound class, ambient, volume. I mean, then I can just get rid of those old nodes. We can always rename the sound mix elsewise. You know, something more like a global underwater sound, mix. That way other things can be heard, but at different pitches. Because we already base weather sounds if the camera's underwater. I don't see why we should do something different for this, you know? I don't know though if we have to set that sound mix to be part of our sound class. I do not remember. Ambient. UDS. UDS weather, passive sound mix. SCM weather. Okay, we'll try that. So the bird should fade out in the same way that the weather would. Yeah, that's much better. The player should be able to barely hear them. Yeah, they're just barely hearable and they're slightly off pitch. And then same way with the weather. As the player gets deeper, they shouldn't hear them at all. I don't hear the water at all though now. What have I done today? I've just ruined everything audio related. It's like the water audio too is being affected by that. Now, Ocean Ambient is playing. weird. Oh, fuck. Oh my god, okay. What did I break? That should be fully hearable. Unless something is preventing it from setting in the correct number here, right? Shouldn't be here. Could be this messing up. Although I don't think so. Kind of just showing me active queues. It does show me. It says a number before it. I don't know if that's the volume or what. I don't think so though. Oh, it's because I classified the ocean sounds as ambient. That's why. That's why. Shit. That works, but it's messing that up. Because this is considered a an ambient sound. And it's muting the water audio. God, I need that to be something else then, I think. Or like a separate class entirely, not ambient. We could tell it to update ambient volume. Generic. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe we'll do update or get camera underwater. Players inside cave. Is weather change. Select. Is camera underwater? Well, it's not a change, determine desired ambient volume. No. We have to change it based on the player's depth underwater. So this here is clearly the better place to handle it. Well, we can nest sound classes, right? So we can have ambient sounds, and then we can have a separate sound class that is just a child of that, which is the water. So instead of updating all ambient sounds, we have like SC ambient water sounds, and then SC ambient above ground sounds, which is probably the smarter option. So then, you know, adjusting ambient sound volume would adjust it for all the children, but then just updating specifically the water adjusts only the water. Audio classes SC. Ambient underwater. This needs to be classified as underwater. Ambient above. And then we need to find the sound cue for the birds and shit. Day-night ambience cue. And this needs to be set to ambience above. And then in the master, we need to set child classes ambient above. And underwater. And take away the passive sound mix for that and put it in here. I hope this, I don't know if this will work, we'll see. Let me apply this only to ambient above, so that way the water sounds the same. Nice and loud. And doesn't change based on depth, but the above ground sounds will. Like the birdies. Please, baby Jesus, just give me this one win today. Come on, baby Jesus. It works. But that setting the ambient volume now should, yes, still apply to that correctly. Okay, I'm getting a hang of it. I'm getting a hang of this whole audio thing. Okay, that's working. Fucking vortex is here, pretty funny. Okay. Good. Good. We'll need to fix this stuff up. Jesus Christ, yeah, we'll definitely need to fix this up tomorrow. Somehow. Or ignore it to some extent. Which we inevitably will have to do. I can't really make that look any cleaner than it is, unfortunately. Whatever. Put a rock here. Okay, that's good. That is good. Oh, guys, what a day. Top 3 things game devs hate: ladders, UI, and water. Add doors to it as well. Doors, for sure. Oh. Oh, fuck me. Oh, I think there's still some audio things we need to fix up for tomorrow. Or at least, just turn our spline back on, because I think our spline was working better, this audio spline. I like the sounds of it better than what Fluid Flux has anyway. We could probably keep the dripping water sounds that we hear here. Maybe. Oh, this rock has no collision. Wonderful, okay. I gotta fix that. I mean, I could still bring the old sound back in as well. Because I think that it sounded better. That was, where did it go? Oh, I put it way up here. I think this was pretty damn good. Come here, little tangent. Come on. Be nice for me. I don't know why the engine is lagging when updating tangents, but okay. Suppose that's where we're at now. That sounds like this. And I think that sounds much better, personally. Than, like, average water faucet dripping sound that Fluid Flux comes with. We just need to make sure that we hide that sound when we go underwater, or that, you know, we apply that same thing. So actually I could just change the audio cue so that it's part of the same ambient over sounds, which I think it is, or it's part of sound effects. It might be part of sound effects. I'd be cheating my game and having all the doors be sliding ones. No opening of doors on a hinge. Hey, if it works, it works. I'm not gonna fault you for that. That just sounds smart to me. What is part of ambient? Okay, so we'll set it to part of ambient above. So when the player goes underwater, it's deeper and more muted. Should work. Like, it sounds a little weird. But I'll take it. Yeah, it's fine. Still gonna look weird at night, but you know what? Whatever. Listen to the sounds like cricket when underwater. That's wild. Yeah, whatever. It's not as bad. Maybe when the camera's underwater, I could have like a material parameter for the opacity of those, so that they're invisible. I'm not sure if that would be a smart thing to do, though. I guess we just have some progress to make here, don't we? Well, either way, I could, I guess, be more unhappy with today's work. We made the waterfall. It's not perfect, it's not great. We still have these issues that I'm gonna try to figure out how we sort it out. At the very least, we can just delete them or hide them. I think just use a light fog underwater to reduce visibility to simulate being underwater. Well, there's an issue with the transparency of these particle effects that these clouds also use. And for some reason, the post-processing that's being done under the water, this effect, has an issue with the transparency from these. And I don't think it can be fixed. So like everything underwater looks fine, it's just that that anything above the water, like the particle effects in these cloud cards, look really weird. And same with the planet, especially at nighttime. You know, it's unnaturally bright. Like things that definitely should not be visible are visible. I mean, this should be visible, but it's still a bit too bright. Look at one of the quirks of UE. Apparently, I think it's because of the pass that it's done. So it's something with how it's being rendered. I'm not sure if I could fix that, and if you can, I don't know what you have to do. I have no clue. Yeah, it's like the order of how it's rendering things or something. Yeah, from what I understand. Maybe there are some particle effects that I can use to, you know, in place of this, that wouldn't have that problem. Because I know that these are not Niagara particles. Or, I don't know. I really don't know. Because those aren't particles, those fog cards, those cloud cards. I'm not sure. Why are my balls so high in the air? What is this? Worker discovers that 3D UMG is one of the first things to get rendered, but normal 2D UI things are one of the last. It's wild. Why are my balls flying up in the air? What is this? It just started. Huh? What? What happens over by the lake that makes my balls weird? Guessing the transparent stuff doesn't affect the depth buffer, and the underwater fog probably uses the depth buffer to do its things. The transparent stuff isn't affected by the fog. That's from... That is what I've heard. What the... Is it the physics volume? Projectile block. Custom projectile ignore. NPC ignore. Transparency and depth sorting is still one of the bigger nightmares to get right in engines. Oh. Do you know, Murray, of any alternatives I could use other than, you know, these 2D cards with transparency and these old school not Niagara. What's the previous thing before Niagara? Particle effects. whatever it's called. Cascade, that's it, thank you. I mean, I assume that it's not the particle system itself, it is the material with translucency. But I don't know if we can fix that. Like the material. We fixed the water. Kind of. We still have bugs with the water, but we're making progress today. Every day is a struggle, but we make progress. I'm unsure if there's any like alternative to translucent materials other than, you know, having a material with translucency, right? I guess that's kind of the only solution here. Yeah, I mean the waterfall looks eh. But it's kind of the only solution we have, so you know, it is what it is. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad, but this is the best I can make it. Probably some ways of fixing it I can think of that would be nice though. Okay. It's a known unknown now. Which is better than an unknown unknown. I ended up having a hardware issue. I lost all the work I'd done in my game. Jesus Christ, having to restart it. Also had to maybe rethink some things and changing the scope of it. Yeah, that is smart, and that's what we're doing with our prototype. It's like none of this is going to be in the final game. But now we have learned a lot of unknown. We've turned a lot of unknown unknowns into known unknowns. Yeah, it is what it is. One of them would have to be some sort of material function that makes it so that particle materials and clouds don't get rendered at all when you're underwater. I'm thinking I could do that, and that wouldn't be too bad. It would look weird not to see them, but I could do that. And that's the only solution I could think of that I know how to do. Either way, I'm not unhappy with how it looks. Pull this down a bit, and that we'll fix that up tomorrow. And this can go, because this is the old one. We'll have to delete this tomorrow. I don't know. Oh, that's from the coastline. That we can fix up. That's not a big problem. Delete that. That's the physics volume, okay. Alright. Well, I'm all done for today for this then. It's fine. My game being set in different parts of the city decided to change it being set in an isolated mega tower complex with permanent night. Excuse me, illegal reference? I broke the law? We only reference assets from engine content here. What? Oh, it's all gone. Actually, they're right about that. I don't need to have the Phantom Cubes casting shadow. That's really stupid of me. I'll also be able to apply that fogging effect in each transparent material and use the particle's object position instead of the pixel depth. Not sure if that's available in transparency though. That is already more than I know how to do, so if I do anything, I think I will stick with the let's just not show those things if the player goes underwater. Even if I have to make them into like a blueprint and then just send an interface message to everything with it. I mean, the material function parameter would be a lot cheaper though. Either way, we have some solutions for that one. This is ignore. Ignore, ignore, ignore. Okay, like I said, I'm done for this for today. Lazarla, are you still around or did you go to sleep or something? You wanted me to check out your game. But for YouTube, that will be it for today. Oh, wowie. Okay. Added waterfall. Fixed some sound issues. Probably caused some sound issues. Checked out things I probably didn't need to check out. Gained 200% more PTSD because of Fluid Flux. All in all, pretty average day for game dev. Alright, that'll be it for the YouTube video. If you guys are watching on YouTube, thank you so much. Don't forget to only like and subscribe the video if you really want to. You don't have to. It doesn't mean anything. I mean, subscribing does help because then I can monetize the videos and put like 1 million ads in there. But, you know, for now, you don't have to. Good stuff.